Jack used to have gum problems. 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 Jack used to have gum problems.
Hey everybody, welcome back. What is crazier than store-bought pesto? These TikToks. Also, I just wanted to tease some new merch. We got Moon in the Shadows merch! It's not available yet, okay? It's not available yet, but look at this. Look at that. It glows under black light. It's so cool. Will be available soon, I promise.
I was the dad that got accused of kidnapping at Target. You can stop tagging me in the video because this is the actual story. You guys know we do family content, and I was recording a video where I go to Target and I buy some outfits for our kids. Simple, right? Well, as I'm there, I'm shopping and I look over and I see a little girl, probably 3 or 4, just looking through the clothes, looking at the shirts. I didn't think anything of it. I figured her parents were probably right around the corner. And that's that. I get done filming and I'm walking away from the kids section, and over the intercom, I hear that they are looking for a little girl who is in the exact outfit that that girl is wearing. Her name is Millie. Her parents are at the front. If you see her, please bring her to the front. Right? So what am I gonna do? Just leave this little girl here? No, I'm gonna tap her on the shoulder. I'm gonna say, hey, is your name Millie? Which is what I did. She turns around and she gives that little toddler nod. I was like, hey, your parents are at the front. Will you come with me to the front? And she goes, okay, up. And I told her, I was like, no, we're just gonna walk up to the front. And she's like, no. And I was like, okay, last thing we need is a lost little girl screaming at an adult male. So I just picked her up, I put her in the cart, and I was like, I'll just rush up there real quick. So if you don't know how Target is, the clothes are all the way in the back, the registers are up front, and that's where the customer service and the exit is, right? So I start walking to the front of the store, and as I'm going there, I mean, you would think this was a movie. This little girl starts screaming, having a full-on...
Oh no.
And someone must have recognized her because I feel a hand on my shoulder flip me around, and this big old Travis Kelce 6'4" looking dude is like, what are you doing with that little girl? And I was like, I'm taking her to the front. What does it look like I'm doing? Her parents are at the front. You heard it. He's like, then why is she crying? I'm like, dude, she's 3. Ask her. I don't know. And this guy was so loud that the crowd is starting to form. And okay, let me be real. There was like 4 or 5 people, but one of them's recording. And the rest of them are just like sitting there, like looking at me like I'm some weirdo. And I'm like, I'm just taking her to the front. And so I tell everyone I'm taking her to the front, and I start walking, and her mom is already running to us. She yanks the kid out of the car, and she gives me the dirtiest side eye. My boyfriend or husband is yelling at the back, telling the employees to arrest me. And
What?
out of nowhere, I get another tap on my shoulder, and it's one of those like store security guys who are in normal clothes, and they're like, hey, will you come back here to the back with me? I'm trying to tell this dude, I'm not trying to steal the little girl. I was trying to take her to the front. They take me back to security. Long story short, they look at the cameras. They can clearly see that I heard it, asked the girl, and then started walking to the front. But long story short, if you see little Millie in Target, do not help her. You will be arrested.
Oh man. I feel so bad for this dude because he was just trying to do something nice. He was just trying to like literally swoop in and save the day. And he got treated like he was a criminal. It makes you not want to do anything nice for anyone ever. Am I right? If I were these parents, I would have been thanking my lucky stars that somebody found my child after I wasn't paying attention. Okay, listen, I know it's totally possible for kids to run away. They're there one moment and then the next moment they're not. I know for a fact because one time when I was little, I also ran away from my parents in a very busy area, and you know, they panicked and freaking out, and I eventually was found. But the point is, the parents weren't looking after their kids, and you know, happens, I get it. Kids can run away, but don't be projecting the fact that like you lost your child and this man is trying to help you on that man. All right, sounds like projection to me. And granted, in that kind of situation, I'd be freaking out too. I've never been in that situation. Emotions would probably be pretty high. Ain't no decency left in the world. You never know what could happen to your kid if they just ran off, you know? But like, didn't they ask people to find the little girl and bring her to the front, and now they're surprised that someone found her and is bringing her to the front? Make it make sense, because it doesn't make sense to me. And I also feel like this is like, I feel like the response would have been a little bit different had he been a woman, you know? I think that when you see a strange man holding your child, you might assume the worst. I wouldn't, but some people might. I don't think that he would have been treated the same if it was a woman who found the child. Wasn't he also there with his kids too? Like,
I was the dad that got accused of kidnapping at Target.
Yeah, so he's a dad.
In the video, because this is the actual story. You guys know we do family content, and I was recording a video where I go to Target and I buy some outfits for our kids.
So he was literally with his own children. Just scooping them all up, eh? Wrangling them. I hope they apologize to you, honestly. Absolutely not.
I just ran into a girl from high school, and she told me she was just talking about me with her cousin. So I'm like, girl, who the hell is your cousin? And she reminded me that in 10th grade, I dated her cousin, and we met at the mall. We like Facebook message, you know, all the things you do back in 2010, and we were dating. He was a year older than me and went to a different school, and he asked me to go to his prom with him, but then out of nowhere he just stopped messaging me back, texting me back, answering the phone, all of that. So back then we didn't say ghosting, but essentially I was ghosted, and I didn't really like feel no type of way about it because that's just how it was back then. I was a really take it or leave it kind of person. The next year in 11th grade, I had a class with this girl, and she would always be like crying and whining about her best friend / cousin who was in jail. And eventually we put 2 and 2 together. He was always talking about this girl named Lauren, and she realized it was me. I was low-key happy to have like a little clarity on the situation. I was like, oh, he was in jail. That makes sense. Kind of. So she's like, oh my God, that's so crazy. Like, now I can like pass messages between him and you because he's been missing you so bad. So I'm like, why would he still think we're together? And what do I look like being 16, 17 telling my mother I got a boyfriend in jail? Even connected me with a different cousin to do my hair for prom, which turned out to be the older sister of the guy. And while she was doing my hair, she was just like, oh my God, he misses you so much. Can't wait to see you in your prom dress. Make sure you send us photos so we can send it to him. And I'm just like, girl, keep your voice down before my mother hears you. Then she told me to take a photo of him so I could take a photo with the photo so they could send it to him. No. Flash forward to like 2016 when I was like freshly 21, going to the club Thursday through Sunday every weekend. I ran into her and she was like, Lauren, oh my God, what are you doing? Like, Dee would be so mad to see you out here like this. And I'm like, girl, who is Dee? And then I remember her cousin, and I'm like, what? That was 6 years ago in 2010. Surely he don't think we're still together. I haven't talked to him since I was like 15 or 16. So flash forward to today, it's 2024. She was telling me that he loves seeing me model on Instagram. He loves watching my TikToks. He thinks I'm so funny. This girl's still talking about he misses me. He can't wait to see me when he gets out. I don't know who's crazier, him or them. We have not spoken since 2010, and you think you're in a relationship with me? I've never had to break up with anybody through TikTok, but unfortunately we do not go together. Free you until it's backwards, unless you did something really bad, which I think you might have because you've been in jail since you were 17.
Ooh, shots fired. Shots are definitely fired. Yeah, the Delulu is strong with this one. Quite strong indeed. Both of them are rather Delulu. But listen, maybe he's talking about you as if y'all are still dating and she's just like misinformed. I don't know. At first I was like, oh, that's so nice. Like, you know, you always hear like, you know, maybe something happened. Maybe he was in the hospital when you like get ghosted. You don't hear from a guy.
Oh, it's fine. He's probably just busy. Maybe something happened.
Whatever, you're so worried. Something did happen. He went to jail. Okay. He was a minor and he was in jail for 14 plus years. What'd he do? Nothing good. Nothing good. I think it's safe to say that man might be a danger to society and to you. Girl, whole time you parked outside of the prison. Wait, are you parked outside of the prison? Is that a prison? Wait. That kind of looks like a prison. Nah, it doesn't. Then when the cousin says, oh, he'd be so mad at you, it'd be like, oh God, oh no. I'd be legitimately concerned that I upset my prison boyfriend. Maybe you're just something he looks forward to, you know, when he gets out, if he gets out. How is he on TikTok and in prison? There are ways. There's definitely ways. Have y'all not been on Prison Talk? That shit is crazy, dude. They get on TikTok. If they're not posting on TikTok, then they're definitely watching TikTok. which would honestly make prison a little more bearable in my opinion. I already waste my days and I'm in the free world. It would definitely make your time go by a lot quicker.
Does anyone else have a friend that is simultaneously the smartest and the dumbest person in the world? Like, I have a friend that is a genius.
I'm the
He's a
friend.
software engineer working at an amazing company. But at the same time, he'll do things that make me question how he's a functioning member of society. Like, me and this homie went to Walmart together one day last year. And after we get all our things, we go to pay. I pay first, and then he's after me, so he pays second. But after the cashier scanned everything up, instead of paying, he's like, oh, I'll just use my Walmart card. So he uses the card, boom, he pays, and we head out. And I'm like, why do you have a Walmart card? He's like, oh, it's a Walmart points card I got like a year ago. And I was like, why do you have a Walmart points card? And then on top of that, I'm like, how do you have enough points to just pay for everything in your card? He's like, dude, I got this card a year ago, and I have not had to pay for a single thing for the whole year.
That's a
And I'm like,
credit
how-
card, bestie.
How is that possible?
That has to be a
Where
credit
did
card.
your points come from? He's like, I don't know how it works, but I went to Walmart, they gave me the card, boom, I don't have to pay for anything anymore. And I'm like, something is wrong. So I'm like, let me see the card for a second. And he takes the card out and hands it to me. Brother, this man was walking around with a Walmart credit card.
Yeah, I knew it!
was like,
I knew it!
that's not a points card, my boy. That's
No!
a credit card. He's like, no, it's not. I'm like, look, it says Walmart credit card. He's like, huh. So what does that mean? So I'm like, you want to log into your banking app right now real quick?
Ooh,
And he
that's
does.
gonna fuck up your
And
credit.
long story short, he's currently paying off hundreds of dollars that he owes to Walmart. This dude genuinely shocks me.
No way. No way, dude. It's almost like smart people's brains really function in certain ways, and then in other, like, common sense kind of ways, they just don't. They're lacking in that sense. Not all, but some. Kind of like my friend who is a nuclear engineer who glued her eye shut with nail glue by accident because she thought it was eye drops. Same bottle, to give her credit, and she also couldn't see at the time because she wears glasses. Needed to change her contacts. Yeah, that's a fun story. That's a good one. It's one of my favorites. I talk about it all the time. She hates it. I'm definitely worried about your friends' like credit. Because like if you haven't been paying off that credit card like for a year, you said it was a year, right? That's crazy to me. But so is this.
Be the only person on the planet that didn't know that you can just pick a piece of fruit off of a tree and
I have heard people say this before in the US, and it was confusing at first, but as time goes on, I'm starting to kind of understand why people don't realize this. One of my jobs, I work as a project manager for a construction company, and a lot of the workers come from south of the border for the season. Places like Mexico, Honduras, El Salvador. They work here for the season, then they go back home. They come from different cultures. One day, I'm rolling up to a pretty affluent neighborhood where we have a job going on, and as I go up to the job site, there are some workers that are eating fruit off of an apple tree. Well, they're eating apples off of an apple tree. The homeowner's wife comes out and she goes, hey, I don't want to alarm you or anything, but some of these guys are eating apples off of that tree right there. Back, and I realize, ellos están comiendo manzanas. So I say, I'm so sorry, they should have asked permission, I apologize. She says, no, I'm not worried about that. I just don't want them to get sick because those are not edible apples. I look at her, I look at the manzanas, and I say, what do you mean? Like they're not ripe? Or like, what do you mean they're not edible apples? And she says to me, those apples come from a tree. You can't eat apples that are grown on a tree. I believe that in the United States, we are so far separated from our food that we don't think about the fact that most of our food is grown in the ground and comes from a warm, living animal. Yeah, cold cuts and stuff like that, that's not normal. That's just what you see in a store. That's not where it actually comes from. So yeah, you're definitely not the first person I've heard not realize that you can just eat fruit off of a tree.
For me, this book was a way to articulate feelings about music that I never.
Is this like a common thing? Like, I'm not sure if it would taste as good as if you were to get it from like a grocery store or whatever, but like, am I the only person that like snuck into my neighbor's yards and ate their raspberries and ate crab apples right off of the tree and all that fun stuff?
You on Spotify alongside the music that inspired these
No?
stories. I'd be honored to be your next great listener.
You know what I want to know? I want to know why. Like, why is it that in places like Italy there are like lemon and orange trees that line the streets? You know, they smell so damn good. There's literal oranges just hanging off of trees. But when it comes to like America, it's actually quite rare to see like an apple tree or like a peach tree or an avocado tree. Why don't Why don't cities just plant fruit trees everywhere? Is what I want to know. I feel like they don't want us to know that we could just eat from the trees, you know?
Oh, I'm going down a little conspiracy theory rabbit hole.
Yeah, again, the fruits that just kind of grow on random trees, like if you have like a orange tree in your backyard, they might not taste as good. But you're telling me that people don't have like their own gardens? It's like a thing in Toronto to have like a garden. I'm gonna grow myself a garden, have myself a little watermelon, put it in a cage because there's raccoons that are gonna eat it. And get little watermelon cages that just like, you can swap them out once it gets bigger. Gross. That is bizarre to me. But if a lot of people feel that way, it's very clear we are so reliant on processed foods. I see apple trees all the time. I'm always told they're not the kind of apples you can eat. I'm always assumed they were crab apples or something. Bestie, you can eat crab apples. They're delicious. You can make like crab apple jam, crab apple pie. I've never met a Canadian who didn't know you can eat right off the tree. Okay, so yeah, it is like a thing for Canadians to have like gardens, you know, that kind of thing. There's even like little community gardens where you can like rent a patch and you can grow like tomatoes or like whatever you want, really. I see people gardening all the damn time. I might get myself a pair of Crocs and start gardening myself. This is something I knew from the neighborhood. It took a long time for people to realize crab apples are edible, and then people started fighting. Over what? The crab apples? Oh my goodness.
How do I like my coffee? With room for international delight. Phil.
Susie! I was hoping I'd see you.
Call me crazy if you want, but I've never liked store-bought pesto.
Susie, crazy? More like completely unhinged, but it does remind me of this time where we were dispatched to the home of an approximate 45-year-old female for seizures, and we thought it was just going to be another day in the EMS neighborhood, but dispatch advised us that we needed to stage, which was really weird because usually for seizure patients you don't stage, but we did what we were told, and then dispatch told us that the scene was safe, so we went en route, and while en route, dispatch asked for our ETA about 2 or 3 times, so we knew something really bad was happening on scene, but we didn't know what it was, and they weren't saying it over the radio. So when we got on scene, law enforcement met us at our doors and asked if we were going to need anything, because if we weren't, they were going to go ahead and head out, and they just seemed a little bit jumpy, so I asked if they would just hang back while I figured out what was going on, because I still didn't know what the heck was going on. And still not having a freaking clue what was going on, I went ahead and asked the supervisor on scene what had happened, and he said, "Oh, nothing, just seizures." To which another officer replied, "I've never seen seizures like that before." So I still had no clue what I was about to walk into, and when my partners and I walked into the living room of this home, there was a patient laying on the floor, and her body was contorted into a way that was just simply not human. Standing next to this patient, dressed in a full suit and tie at midnight or 1 a.m. in the morning, was her husband, and he told me in Spanish that his wife had began seizing when they were laying in bed watching TV, and at the time I didn't put all of the clues together. I just thought that it was a bit strange he was wearing a full suit and tie. I didn't think about the fact that she wasn't in her bed where he said that the seizing began, but the patient was still laying on the floor, so I told the patient's husband that I would evaluate her and see if she wanted to go to the hospital, and he said it doesn't matter what she wants, she has to go to the hospital. I thought that was a bit strange, so I said okay. I crouched down and I wanted to ask the patient questions. When I crouched down, she turned and contorted her body towards me in another position that did not look human and began to growl. And it was at this moment that I started putting all the clues together, and I started realizing what was happening here. I understood why the police officers didn't want to go into this house. I didn't even want to be there, and I understood why all the furniture was pushed out of the middle of the living room, and there was a Biblia or a Bible laying next to this patient on the floor, and I understood why the husband was dressed in a full suit and tie. I understood that there was a freaking exorcism going on before we arrived. So throughout our interaction, the patient is growling, hissing, at one point becomes combative, so I asked one of my partners to go get the box that holds the controlled substances so that we could sedate this patient. And while my partner goes to do that, I'm sitting by the patient and she begins to chant. Yes, I said chant. And I don't recognize the language that she is chanting in. I speak English and Spanish, and it is neither one of those. So I asked her husband, who also speaks Spanish, in Spanish, what is she speaking? And he said, I think Italian. And I said, does she speak Italian? And he said no. And I said, why would she speak Italian then? And he said, I don't know. And I didn't know either. And I'm pretty sure she was chanting in Latin. So we end up sedating this patient, and no one wanted to help us get this patient onto the gurney because, I mean, we actually didn't even want to touch this patient either, so I didn't blame them at all. But I ended up getting law enforcement and my partners to help me. And mind you, one of my partners, it was his very first day on the fire department, so welcome to EMS and welcome to the fire department. We're glad to have you. And then we go en route to the hospital, and while en route, the patient is unconscious, but I kept feeling like she could wake up at any moment and begin chanting, hissing, being combative, what have you. And for obvious reasons, we didn't want to sit next to this patient, so we were standing behind her, monitoring her. And I told my partner, I'm really sorry if you've lost all respect for me because I don't want to sit next to her. And she said, what are you talking about? I don't want to sit next to her either. And she said, oh my gosh, Stacy, don't look. And to which I looked. And when I looked at my patient, she had placed her fingers on top of her head like this and was looking at us and going like that. It was something that only nightmares were made of, but now it's time to call the patient care report into the hospital, and I did not spare a single detail because I wanted these poor nurses to know exactly what we were bringing in and mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally prepare themselves to see the same patient that I had seen for the last 45 minutes. As the patient chanted, she went in between a language that I didn't know and Spanish, and she talked about taking her children to a bloody river, and I've never been so happy to arrive at the hospital and drop a patient off. And we went back to the station, and I slept with the lights on all night long. And yeah, that's really crazy about the pesto, Susie. Crazy.
Hey, Alex. Hey, I love the new location. Yeah, business is great, but it's getting harder to budget and plan when bank fees are chewing through my profit.
And this is why I have holy water in my bag. Okay, I definitely have hot sauce in my bag. Didn't think to have holy water. How does one just like get holy water? Do y'all just go to churches and just fucking... Just in case? Just keeping that on you at all times. That's freaky as hell. Ugh. Would I tell you I would have literally quit on the spot? I don't think this is something that you would see often, honestly. It's the fact that she doesn't speak like Latin or Italian for me. Like that is the craziest part. It's one thing if she's having like some sort of like a mental break or something, you know, she's having a seizure or, you know, that stuff can be like medically explained. It's the speaking Latin when she doesn't, nobody speaks Latin. Literally no one speaks Latin. It's the speaking Latin for me that's quite troublesome. Yeah, so how about that store-bought pesto, eh? I think we got time for one more. What do you think? What do you think?
Y'all literally need to quit my job because I literally had to clock out so I could tell y'all what just happened to me like 10 minutes ago. I really hate my fucking job. McDonald's. So I'm the type of person, like, I naturally say, like, boo, babe. I'll be like, oh, have it going, babe. Or like, oh, you need something, boo. Like, all of that stuff. Like, I naturally say, I don't know when I picked up that habit, but I just say to everyone. I'll say to old men, boys, girls, all of that stuff. Like, I don't care who you are. I just be like, oh, have it going, babe. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or like, hun, like, honey. Like, all I don't know where I got these nicknames from, but, like, I just say to everyone with everything, right? So it's a boy and a girl. I'm guessing they together based off what happened after this story. I guess they're together, so he's ordering his order and everything like that, and he's ordering for her and all that stuff, and he starts to pay and all that stuff, and he was like, oh, can I get a receipt? I was like, you need a receipt? He was like, yeah. I was like, oh, here you go, babe. She turned around to the boy, she's like, babe, you know her? And then he was like, no, I don't know her. And she was like, this is happening again? I was like, again? So I turned to her and I'm like, oh no, I don't know him or anything like that. Like, I just say that naturally. Like, I'll say it to you when I give you your drink. Like, I just say it naturally. She's like, I was talking to you. I said, oh. I shut up so fast. I was like, I'm not trying to. Listen, I shut the up so fast. So she was like, I can't believe you do this to me again. You know her, right? You probably know her. This is your type too. And then he's looking at me like, oh, he's looking at me like basically like, help me. And I was like, girl, I do not know him or anything. That I just said to everyone. She's like, did I just tell you to stop speaking? I said, oh, okay, let me shut up. So then he was like, girl, he was like, babe, I don't know her and all that stuff. Like, I think she just says it and all that stuff. Like, well, she's trying to tell you. She was like, oh, so you're on her side. And I was like, no, girl, like, no one wants your man. Mind you, he's not even a dreadhead. Not my type. Bye. So she's sitting there like, you cheated on me literally 2 weeks ago and now you're back with another and all that stuff. And I really feel like she was just in her feelings about the other situation because there's no way in hell you bringing this up. Mind you, she ordered a double fish fillet and fresh. So it was really like she was in the lobby for like a minute, like literally a minute, just arguing with the boy and all that stuff. He was like, girl, I don't know her. Like, I do not know her. Can you tell her I don't know you, please? I look at her. I say, can I speak? She was like, girl, no, I don't. It's not about you. This is about me and him. And I was like, okay. So I walked away. At that point, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, say yourself.
Not your problem.
Because like I always do that with people. Like, you know what I mean? So I hear them arguing with her. She's like, he was like, I didn't cheat on you. Lobby go silent. I said, this cannot be happening. So they're going back and forth and all that stuff. And I finally give her double fish fillet with sweet and sour sauce. I'm sorry, I had to add that in there because that's a nasty combo. Give her the food. I'm like, have a good day, babe. And she was like, oh, so you do say it to everybody? I was like, yeah. She was like, you like girls? I was like, I used to. She was like, so you trying to hit on me? This was delusional. I'm sorry. So I had to just walk away because honestly, I didn't want her to tell me shut up one more time, and I really had to shut her up. So I was like, you know what? I just walked away. I was like, y'all have a good one, whatever, right? So they still arguing on the way out, and all I'm thinking about is how bad I feel because it's like, you know, but it's also like, girl, no one wants your man. He didn't have dreads and he needed a haircut, pro. So if you see this, I do not want your man. I'm getting over my man, and I also like dreadheads. So get over yourself. Bye, ho.
You know, as someone who also says like babe and, you know, love and sweetheart, I say bestie a lot too. Generally, like I know this is something that you say a lot, but like generally we shouldn't say it to like the opposite sex. I don't know. I could be wrong, but like maybe to avoid situations like this. Granted, this girlfriend was unhinged, and the fact that she wouldn't even let you speak, that's unhinged. Terms of endearment, maybe don't reserve them for the opposite sex, especially if their girlfriend is next to them, you know. I think in certain situations, I've even been in a situation before where someone called me babe and they're like, I'm friends with their girlfriend. And it made me a bit uncomfortable. Like, it did make me a bit uncomfortable. It made her a bit uncomfortable. She didn't like it. They got in a fight. Generally, and just speaking from experience, you can do what you want, but let's not call other people's boyfriends or like, you know, people of the opposite sex babe. That is something that we call our babes, right? I call my babe. You probably call your babe. Sometimes I call him Stinky Doo-Doo Head, okay? But that's his name, nobody else's. Also, damn, I want McDonald's now. Subscribe!
Oh, nothing works on this acne.
Hi! Who? I'm a licensed dermatology provider from Curology. Answer a few questions, I'll look at your skin and prescribe you a personalized cream.
Wow!
Curology, skincare with a face. Check out in no time.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We're looking at some bad honeymoons that got exposed on TikTok. On the TikTok.
I slept with 4 different men during my honeymoon. My husband and I started our honeymoon in Switzerland, specifically so I can visit the...
I beg your finest pardon? You cannot say, I slept with 4 different men on my honeymoon, and then... Oh yeah, we were in Switzerland, How many what? Okay, continue.
Black-nosed sheep. Everything was so expensive, so we decided to stay in a private hostel. But when we got there, we realized there was some miscommunication and we were sharing a room with 3 different dudes. I didn't know what to expect being the only female there, but I was just gonna trust it. Matthew said dibs on top bunk. This was definitely not what we expected, but we were just gonna roll with it, okay? This was the shared bathroom I would do my hair in. For 2 days straight, I would go here, brush my teeth, do my hair. We eventually met the boys in our room and they were all so chill. We would hang out at nighttime and even get breakfast the next day together. The complimentary breakfast was so good and also had this really cool view. Look at the background of my get ready with me's, it was such an experience. Even though our room accommodations didn't go as planned, Matt and I still had the best time getting lost around Switzerland. Because we had a miscommunication, the hostel felt so bad and gave us a private suite for our last night. I didn't know what to expect, but we had a full bathroom with really nice lighting. I've been using the public showers, so this was such a treat. They offered a king-size mattress and these bunk beds so you can bring your family here. But here is the best part. Look at this massive floor-to-ceiling windows and this view. I think it's safe to say we had an adventure. But wait, there's more, because the next day we got stuck in an elevator.
So when you said you slept with 4 different dudes on your honeymoon, you were clickbaiting us. You were clickbaiting us. How dare you? Only I am allowed to do that. You had me going there for a second. You really had me going. All right, I guess back on topic. Like, yeah, that would have been bad for sure. Don't know what you guys are into, but like, not how I would picture a honeymoon, sleeping with 4 men. Maybe it is, I don't know. That's what floats your boat, then all right then. That's all right with me. But yeah, on your honeymoon, I would not want to be sharing a room with like a bunch of different random dudes. I'm glad they were nice at least. Isn't like honeymoon supposed to be where you like consummate the marriage and you like, you know, you have champagne in bed and you eat caviar? Oh, just my honeymoon if I ever have one? Got it. Yeah, I don't really know how you're gonna do that if you're sharing a room with 3 other dudes and your husband, recent husband, is in a different bed. I'm glad they sorted it out for you though. That's nice of them. She knew what she was doing and she was successful at it. Yes, yes you did. Well done, you tricked me. You tricked me. Good job.
For our honeymoon, my wife and I went on a beautiful trip to Hawaii.
I had diarrhea at the boat store.
We toured a bunch of great beaches, including one that was a little more remote than we thought it was going to be.
I had diarrhea at the boat store.
Not a lot of public restrooms on this beach, so I had to drive until I could find somewhere that would let us in to use the bathroom.
I had diarrhea at the boat store.
That's when I found a boat rental company, and while I was going in asking them about rentals, someone got to use the bathroom.
I had diarrhea at the boat store.
If you're looking for a great honeymoon spot, you should definitely check out Hawaii. It's gorgeous and fun for both people.
And I had diarrhea at the boat store.
You seem very pleased with yourself. Hey, but is it really even a vacation if you don't want to have diarrhea or 2 constipation? It's either one or the other, okay? It's never like you're totally fine. It's one or the other. Honestly, depending on how bad the diarrhea, I feel like I would prefer diarrhea. Here's a pro tip though. If you ever get vacation constipation, have some McDonald's. Trust me, you'll go to the bathroom. Drink the local water. Maybe bring some Haribo sugar-free gummy bears with you. When I had constipation on my vacation and I was posting about it, because it's me, you have no idea how many people offered up solutions. Like how many people are afflicted with this. It even got to the point where one girl showed me this like suppository that she uses. I didn't really know what a suppository was. I didn't really realize it was something that you like own up in there. Next.
No offense, but your body odor smells like death. Try this.
Secret whole body deodorant.
You can use it everywhere. From your top up.
I'll just wait for it to come. I'm okay. It's not that bad. I'll eat some fruit or some McDonald's.
Alright, so most of you know I'm getting married June 3rd, and I've had one job throughout this whole thing. I can't wait to show up to the wedding and see how beautiful it is and everything that Gretchen's done. But I've had one job, and it was to book the honeymoon. It is now May 19th. We are supposed to go to our honeymoon, the June 5th. So...
Excuse me? Why did you wait this long?
To do the one thing they were supposed to do.
Oh, you did that.
So as somebody who's seeing things on their feet, I think, okay, let's plan a honeymoon, right? So I go on to book the flights. This is my first time booking flights. And
what, are they expensive?
It went horribly.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Horribly wrong.
Yeah.
I was nervous already, right? Because I never booked flights. But I find the flights, I go through, I pick our seats, I do everything right. I put in my credit card information, everything, and it says, cannot process. Try again. So I try again, cannot process, try again. Try a 3rd time, nothing. So I'm like, forget it, I'll worry about it later.
No!
And then tragedy struck.
No!
I start getting email notifications. Your flight's been confirmed. Your flight's been confirmed. Your flight's been confirmed. You have 7 new notifications. You have 18 new notifications. You have 26 new notifications. I'm like, this must just be normal, right? Must be normal.
No, it's not. You get one.
And then it hits me. Each one of these has a different confirmation number.
No. Oh, bestie, no.
For each one of these.
No.
I start to panic.
Stop.
So I'm calling them. They're
That's
not
way
answering.
worse than I thought.
I'm on the phone. I'm on hold for 45 minutes. It's a nightmare. I'm freaking out. I'm like, I messed up. We're not going to be able to get married. We're not going to have any money. We're going to lose our house. We're going to lose everything. Our lives are over. And I finally get somebody on the phone. She tells me that they're aware of it and they're working on it. I have 52 seats.
50? You booked the whole plane for yourself!
52. So if anybody would like to come on this honeymoon with us, feel free, you're welcome, because I will never be able to plan a vacation ever again. So, I tried so hard.
Ooh. Okay, what did we learn from this, besties? Never book a flight when you're already stressed out, when you're nervous. That's when things go wrong. Like, it's gotten to the point where, like, I will pay extra for the ability to cancel, like, with one click of a button, so I don't have to call. I will do that because I know how bad I am at picking flights and booking flights. I'll mess it up. It's a 1 in 2 chance that I will mess up the booking, especially if I'm stressed out and in a rush. Does anyone else just get like major anxiety when they book flights in general, or it's just me? I don't know. It's just because like there's so much that can go wrong, right? Realistically, we should have booked that beforehand, bestie. We'll allow it because you're a nice man. But maybe for your next honeymoon. If he doesn't book you an entire plane, he doesn't love you. It's 2023. We're done settling, ladies. It's 2024, actually. But agreed. Just think how happy she will be to get on that plane and you're the only ones there. There are people talking outside my window. I want them to shut up! Shut up! I wonder if they can hear me. Good. Quiet out there!
So I had just gotten married and our honeymoon was planned for Grand Cayman. We went for about a week and honestly, the experience was amazing. It's the best food that I've ever had in my life. I would totally go back. It's a beautiful island and it was extremely relaxing up until, so we get to the hotel and I don't have service on my phone, but I want to let everyone know that we made it safely. So I go to grab his phone to let everyone know and I can't get it in. Password has changed. A little weird, right? Right after getting married? Well, I asked him why he changed the password on his phone, and he said, I do it every so often. I'll change it back, it's not a big deal. So he did, he changed it back. While we were there, things kind of felt off to me with him. He just seemed super supportive, which was really weird. I know that sounds bad. He was okay with me getting as much rest as I needed. Again,
You just stay here in the room.
But there would be times when I would wake up in the middle of the night and feel like he was over me on his phone doing something, but I just...
Oh God, not the honeymoon. Not on the honeymoon.
Something just did not feel right. So last night we're there, or the last day, he wants to go out for a swim on the beach, and he leaves his cell phone in the room. I bet you can guess what I did next.
I'd do it too.
Well, when I went in the cell phone, there was nothing in there at all. There was no phone numbers, no contacts, except for his mom and his sister and maybe his best friend. No contacts, no phone calls going out, no phone calls coming in. There were no messages. It was literally nothing in his cell phone.
He
No
deleted
text messages, nothing. So I go to the mail and I see if I can find anything there. Again, nothing. So I go to the trash in his mailbox, which he didn't empty.
Period.
Sure enough, I saw him messaging his girlfriend.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
his
on the
girlfriend
honeymoon.
on our honeymoon,
No.
telling her that he was working and that as soon as he got to an internet hop, he would contact her and that he missed her so much and loved her. So I got a hold of her information, took a screenshot, and let her know that my husband was on his honeymoon with his
Period.
wife.
Yes.
She said, prove it! I don't have time for this. I go out to the beach He's in the water swimming. No care in the world. Wife and girlfriend. And I hand him his phone and let him know that I now know and storm back off to the room. This is when hell starts.
Oh, right now is when hell starts? It gets worse? I mean, it was already pretty bad to begin with, bestie, but okay. The sheer audacity of this man on your honeymoon. On your honeymoon. Have you no shame?
Don't you feel silly? Don't you feel stupid? Don't you feel a little ashamed?
Do you think that he wakes up in the morning thinking, how can I over people in my life that love me today? That's my goal for the day. Over at least one person that loves me. I like how this one comment says, why are you going through his phone? What do you got to hide? I like how that's your response.
You're invading my privacy.
We are married now. There is no privacy. All right, let's go to part 2.
So I head back to the room at this point, feeling like I am literally dying on the inside. I'm devastated. I can't believe this happened. It feels like I'm in some kind of telenovela or PG-13 R-rated movie, but this cannot be my life. It just can't. It was indeed my life.
If you've been hurt in a car wreck, you need a lawyer. Contact the Ken Nunn Law Office now.
Thirsty hair? Meet Aussie. It's giving moisture with a capital M, made for every type and texture.
What you guys don't know yet is that we should have never gotten married. I was pretty miserable leading up to the wedding. I felt like something was totally off. We didn't have our wedding night.
Weird.
He was extremely unsupportive during the process.
Weird.
So back to the story. I'm in the room, and here he comes. Of course, his first reaction is to deny it. He doesn't know what's going on, guys. He doesn't know. Okay, gaslight me. We quickly move past that, and he goes to, my dad did this to my mom the entire time growing up, and I don't know how to do any better. It's all I see. All I saw my entire life.
Right. That's what you're gonna go with?
Honestly, I'm not buying it. He knew exactly what he was doing. The worst part about all of this is we have a flight to catch back home, so there's no time for this. So I feel like I'm dying on the inside, heartbreaking, and I gotta pack up my go to the airport, sit in the airport, sit on the plane, and make it back home.
Wait, you gotta sit
and
next to
all
him?
the while I'm going through all of this alone, not telling anybody that I found out my husband was cheating on me on my honeymoon? No way. We get to the airport, and I quickly realize that he cares more about what everyone else thinks and sees than what's just happened. He starts laying into me about how I need to get over it and it's not that serious and I can't be acting like this in public.
No.
Obviously, I'm not speaking to anyone. I'm just to myself because I am literally breaking right now. He scolds me again. We get on the airplane. He finds out that I'm still upset, still crying. He scolds me again. I am the problem. He tells me to get over it again. It's not that serious. I'm being dramatic. I need to stop it.
Oh, brother.
We're in public. I don't need to let people see me like this. It's a private matter. You're joking, right? We get back home. I lock myself in the bathroom and he proceeds to do the exact same thing. I'm going through all of this alone. Meanwhile, his family is asking where the thank you notes are, thank you cards are, for the gifts that they gave us, which wasn't really much. And he proceeds to tell me that I need to do these thank you cards. Do you think I did them?
No, I wouldn't.
You do it. I bet you're wondering, and no, I haven't left yet.
Wait, what? You haven't left? Are you in a house with him right now? Get the hell out of there! You are not being dramatic enough, Bessie. He tells you that you're being dramatic. If anybody ever tells me I'm being dramatic, you haven't seen dramatic, okay? Oh, I can be dramatic. This is nothing. Girl, get the hell out of there. What are you doing? Like, I hope you're just moving in the shadows and you're like waiting for your time to strike and leave and like maybe like get a lawyer involved, like an annulment or something. But please tell me you're gonna leave him. Please. Anyone that does that to you, like does something this horrible to you and doesn't apologize, like isn't on their feet groveling, doesn't deserve you, doesn't even deserve a conversation. And even then, you know what you should do with those thank you notes? You should send out those thank you notes and like proof, like texts, screenshots. I'm sorry, I need to, I'm gonna pause this and come back. Oh, I literally just stumbled upon two girls in my garage chatting away. Not a care in the world. I felt really bad because like they got so scared. I walked outside, looked right at them, and they were like sitting where we park our cars, just having a nice little old conversation. It's raining outside. I'm assuming they needed a little place to hide out. But I'm like, sorry, you can't sit there. I feel so bad. I do feel bad, but at the end of the day, like, what are you doing? You can't sit there. I apologize to them. Like, what? What is wrong with me?
Chevy lets you begin every day fully charged, so you can go farther, and so can...
Sorry, if you don't mind, can you not be in my garage chatting? What is wrong with me? I'm such a people pleaser. They were just so young, and I felt really bad about making them move, but I'm sorry. Okay, back to the video.
Me and my husband were on our honeymoon in Jamaica, and we went on this excursion where you snorkel and then hike a waterfall. Before we got on a boat, a man was walking around with a tray that had hand-rolled cigarettes and brownies.
Oh.
My husband bought me a brownie.
Oh.
I ate a quarter of the brownie.
No.
When we get to the snorkeling bit, they separated us based on our swimming abilities. I am a strong swimmer, so they gave me like the lightest duty belt there was. Cut to being in the water, and my entire body just gives up. I'm floating around like a dead carcass. My poor husband has to Weekend and Bernie's me back on the boat as I'm trying to regain control of my limbs. My husband just keeps saying, "Get your together, we have to go hike a waterfall." I mean, it was good. I just don't trust it. I have found that brownie was only useful for eating a tenth of it and then laying in the sun for the rest of the trip. Props to you, Jamaica.
Okay, but girl, let's be honest here. Brownies. We only take a little bite. See how we feel in a half an hour. You know, because brownies are delicious and there's nothing wrong with the brownie. Nothing. That just chocolate. But we take a pinch. We eat it, we wait half an hour and see how we feel, and then we take another pinch. We do not eat a quarter of the brownie. You rookie. You literally bought from a Caribbean Rasta. You're confused. Don't buy from the Rastas when you have plans. Don't buy from the Rastas unless you plan to only eat pasta. That's it. The only plans after a Rasta can be pasta.
So quick story time on how my husband got worms in his feet on our honeymoon. So we flew to Barbados in 2018 for our honeymoon.
Worms in his feet?
So before we went to Barbados, he went out, he got a new pair of flip-flops. I think they were like Adidas or something. He had never worn them before, but he took them on the trip. Here's a picture of my husband. He also got sun sickness as well. So after a couple days of wearing these new flip-flops, they were like rubbing in the wrong spot, and he got like a little cut/blister on both of his big toes. So we get home from our honeymoon, and about like a week later, my husband starts noticing that his feet are kind of itchy and that he's getting like this red rash on them, and he just kind of chalked it up to athlete's foot. Here's kind of a picture. So after putting athlete's foot cream on his foot for a few days and not being able to sleep because his feet were so itchy, we noticed that the rash was getting a lot worse. So then we did a lot of Google searching on what this could possibly be, and then we went to the doctor.
Oh my gosh. Oh my good golly gosh. I was not prepared. I was not ready for that. Oh God, when you weren't kidding when you said footworm. This man has the footworms. So disgusting. I need to know more.
So we go to the doctor. They have no idea what they're looking at. We live in the Midwest, so they don't really see like worms in feet a lot. And they refer us to a infectious disease doctor. So the infectious disease doctor tells us that he has a type of hookworm that is found in cat feces that can burrow into the skin from an open cut or sore, like the ones from his flip-flops, and that's how they got in.
Nope.
So now it totally all makes sense because there was literally cats everywhere on the resort. Like everywhere. like literally drinking water out of the pool. I remember thinking that they were so cute at the time. So the doctor prescribes him albendazole tablets, which is like an anti-parasitic or something. Without insurance, it would have been $5,000. Thank God we have insurance. The medicine only worked a little bit, so he was prescribed another round. My husband does have type 1 diabetes, so he is more at risk for infection, and it does take him a longer time to heal. Today, he's worm-free.
Good. It's always nice to know that people are worm-free, free of the worms. Add that to my list of things, horrible things I didn't know can happen to you. Be careful of the new flip-flops, because you could get some feet worms. Absolutely not. Never take new flip-flops to a honeymoon. I'm sorry, I only take new flip-flops on a honeymoon. Don't go in the ocean if you have open wounds. Like, do we count a blister as an open wound? That's not a rash, it's worms! You can see them! Yes, we can see the worms. We can see the worms.
When I was planning my honeymoon, my now ex-husband came to me and said, hey, I have the perfect place to honeymoon, Africa. I was like, oh my God, that would be so amazing. He said, yeah, we can climb Mount Kilimanjaro. Say what? It's a 20,000-foot mountain. It's one of the 7 wonders of the world. I'm not so sure I want to climb a mountain on my honeymoon. He said, well, you can watch the sunrise from the top of Africa. And I love sunrises and sunsets. And so I looked it up. It said it was just a leisurely hike to the top of a mountain. I had no idea how tall 20,000 feet was. And I didn't need an oxygen mask or anything. So I just figured that it would be like a hike. All I kept thinking to myself was, I just got to get to the top of the mountain as quickly as possible so I can eat a steak, drink a beer, and use a toilet. So the first day comes along and we're hiking through the rainforest. It's super beautiful. Day 2 is like hiking through a desert. Day 3, we're scaling this rock wall. Day 4 comes along. I'm walking along, and behind me, I look at my then husband, now ex-husband, and he's just like, I'm so dizzy. And day 5 comes along, and this is the day that we're supposed to summit this mountain. So you have to wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning so that you can summit and watch the sunrise from the top of Africa. So it is freezing outside. The most cold I have ever been in my whole life. So I'm just like trudging along like, when is this gonna be over with? And literally about 20 paces in, he's like, I gotta sit down. I'm sitting there. He won't move. He can't move. He's just like stuck on a rock. So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, another guide shows up. His name is the Provider, okay?
The Provider?
He's like, come with me, Carrie. Okay, so about 50
are we sure he's real?
Up, I start to get warm, and then I realize that I am on a mountain by myself with a new man that I'd never met before. And the Provider's like, keep going, pulley. I'm like, I don't want to. I want to go back and find my husband. He's like, no, he's right behind us. So finally, after he told me he's right behind us like 20 times, I'm like, he's not behind us. So I am freaking out at this point. I'm crying. My tears are freezing to my face. My like snot is running down my face and freezing. I'm like literally having an emotional breakdown. So finally the sun starts coming up and I'm like, wow, this is not what I thought my honeymoon was gonna be. And then all of a sudden in a tiny little voice, like, Harry. And I look down and there's this drunken man with his ski poles, like moving at a snail's pace up the mountain. And I was like, oh my gosh, you didn't quit. And he took one look at me, like cross-eyed, and he says, I knew that you would never forgive me. And if that isn't a testament to our entire marriage, I don't know what is.
Oh, you guys aren't together anymore, right? Wait, but you guys aren't together anymore. Note to self, do not climb Mount Kilimanjaro on your honeymoon. Okay, got it. Not that I needed a reminder. Not a hiker, not a big hiker, me. Bad experience, very bad experience.
I had diarrhea at the boat store.
Perhaps like the worst experience ever. Almost as bad as this. Like again, Bestie, are we sure this like guide was real? Are we sure that you weren't just hallucinating? Maybe you also had some of that brownie too? Subscribe!
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up, we've got shape video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different.
Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some people that got exposed on TikTok.
You get exposed. You get exposed. You get a potato. Yeah!
many potatoes.
You also get my drool. How's that? Tasty.
So this is probably the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I got this notification and I posted this on my private story because I thought it was hilarious. And so that when it inevitably happened, I could be like, LOL, told you so. So she favorited this video.
Do y'all think I look like a boy? Don't answer that, please don't answer.
It's the most popular video on the sound. It's at like 1 million likes. and
Okay.
6 million views.
Good for
Do y'all
you.
think I look like a boy? Don't answer.
I just think it's hilarious that like I immediately knew what was gonna happen. Just imagine that she has a folder. I just imagine that she has a folder called Ideas. Original Thoughts. And she
Well,
just
hang on a
could
second.
At least put inspired by.
Wait.
Like
Hang
a
on.
respectful thief would do.
Hang on.
No hate. No hate. I just thought it was funny.
All right. So, are we unsure of how TikTok works? Okay, so for those of you who don't know, there's a little thing on TikTok called trends. I've seen this before. She's not the first person to do this, and she might be the most popular person to have done it. But that's the thing about TikTok that makes, TikTok and other platforms great, is that we kind of create this like ecosystem where we're all using the same sounds, we're all kind of having our interpretations of different trends and stuff like that. It's not necessarily stealing unless you are taking someone's script, an original idea, and completely copying it without crediting the creator. Just so we're clear. That's how I feel about this. Oh, we have a response. Oh God. Oh no. Okay. Oh, okay.
Hey, if you haven't seen her video yet, you can go back and watch it. I'm gonna tag her because I tried to post a video on this account responding, but it said she turned her stitches off. But yeah. Hi Emma, first and foremost, I am so sorry for making you feel as though I ripped off your content, and I really, that was not my intention. I genuinely thought this whole idea was a trend. I saw so many videos under the sound saying that it was a trend, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So I made this video yesterday that says POV, how it feels every time I try to wear my hair slicked back, and it was with the sound that was like, do y'all think I look like a boy? Because whenever I have my hair slicked back, I was like, I feel like a boy. And I saw a ton of other girls doing ideas like this under the sound, so
Me
I really
too.
thought it was a trend. For reference, I saw this girl make this video, me when I don't curl my lashes and have my hair in a low ponytail, and this girl make when I put my hair back, and this girl me when I have my hair up, and me when I put my hair in a ponytail, me anytime my hair is styled any way that's not down. This girl did whenever I go anywhere but my room with my hair in a ponytail. This girl did me when my hair is in a ponytail. This girl did me when I wear a slick back ponytail, no makeup. This girl did me whenever my hair is pulled back in a low ponytail. And this girl did me when my hair isn't down. And then Emma, you did me with my hair up and no front pieces. And all of these videos were collectively under the sound. Do y'all think I look like a boy? Like, that's what it says. So I saw the videos and I saw a bunch of them on my For You page. Those are just some of the ones that I screenshotted. There were more, but I saw them on my For You page over a period of a couple days. And I was like, oh, this must be a trend, talking about like when girls have their hair slicked back and feeling like a boy. And I was like, oh my gosh, I relate to this so much. I want to make a video like that, talking about with my hair slicked back. And whenever I try and do those like cute little slick back hairstyles, I feel like a boy. So I'm gonna make a video about that. When I went to find the sound, yours was the top video under it, so that's why I saved the video. And you did an incredible job on your video. I thought your facial expressions, everything were so funny. I was like, you literally
she's so
killed this. I was
cute.
like, that's so relatable. But it reminded me of when I pull my hair in a slick back, and I was like, I want to make a video like that. So that's what led to me making the video yesterday, POV, how it feels every time I wear a slick back. Because I was like, this is such a funny trend. It's so relatable. I have an idea that relates to this, and I see a lot of girls doing similar things. So I totally thought it was a trend, and I wasn't trying to directly copy your video in any way. This morning I was getting like tagged on your page, so I went to go look, and I saw that you made a video saying that you felt like I ripped off this video, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I tried to comment on your page. I commented all this, basically trying to explain that I thought it was a trend and I saw a bunch of other people do it, and I wasn't trying to directly copy you. But again, I understand how you'd feel frustrated and everything, so I put inspired by you in the comments of this video. It wouldn't let me edit the caption, or I would have put in the caption, but I put it in the comments and wanted to credit you because I understand how you feel. Earlier today I made a video on my spam account kind of addressing this and saying that if anyone knows who made the original video about pulling your hair back, or like the trend of like under the sound of having your hair like kind of slicked back and feeling like a boy, if they could let me know. I assumed it was probably you based on your response, like you probably made the first video, but then I looked at the timestamps and it says you posted this February 19th. But then when I was like going through the sound trying to figure it out, I saw Jasmine actually posted hers January 27th, which was before your video. So I'm gonna go back on my main video and I'll leave your credit there, but I'm also gonna credit Jasmine just because I think that she may have done this concept first. There were a couple other girls who did that concept before you were having your hair back concept. She looks like she did it first, so I'm just gonna credit her. I'm not gonna discredit you, of course. I'm gonna leave the credit up, but like I think that Jasmine did this first. So just also want to apologize to Jasmine because I didn't realize that you are probably the creator of this trend. Again, the only reason that I saved your video in particular is because it was the top one under the sound, and I thought it was a trend. A lot of times, if I find like trends and I see a ton of people doing stuff, I'll go under the sound and like save the top video so that I remember to do like the idea later. But I do that when I think the concept's like a trend. So I really thought it was a trend. I didn't realize it was like a one-off video, and I'm so sorry. I understand if you're frustrated with me. I'll tag the Emma below. You guys can go check out her page if you want. But yeah, I'm really sorry, and I'm sorry for all the frustrations that I caused. This is like my fault, and I really thought it was a trend. I'm so sorry. Also, Jasmine, I'm going to tag you because I really believe you're the creator of this trend. If someone did it before Jasmine, please let me know, guys. I want to be able to tag them under the video. But yeah, I hope this maybe clears things up. If not, I understand, like, get it. But yeah, I'm sorry.
You cleared it up and you cleared her, bestie. It has been cleared. It is clear to me now that she is cleared. You're just being so nice about it. Just saying like, you know, she's so sorry, whatever. She thought it was a trend, which is like a normal thing. I'm sorry, but like you see a trend on TikTok that's like a popular sound. Your immediate instinct is not to like,
oh, let me look for the original creator and credit them.
That's just not how it works. Like it would be nice if that was how it works, but guess what, bestie? Every single creator that uses that sound is gonna be popping up in your For You page now if you see other videos. So like you're gonna get the clout. Everybody's gonna get the clout. Everybody's gonna get the likes and the views. It ain't a big deal. But my favorite part was when she was just like,
but I actually don't think you were the original person to do this. So, just because there's like someone who did it before you.
Were you hurt in a car accident and it wasn't your fault? Contact the Ken Nunn Law Office now.
Listen, guys, this is how social media works, okay? People copy other people, people jump on ideas, you know, but it's also what makes social media great. We all can benefit off of doing trends. And like, you know, if you want to credit and if you want to try and find the original creator, that's amazing. If you don't want to take the time to do that and you just want to post a video, all of the other videos that use the sound are going to be like, you're gonna be able to see them. If you go to any sound on TikTok, all the people that use the sound are gonna be there. And you'll be able to see who the original creator is. Other creators are gonna come up in your For You page that use the sound. It ain't that serious, okay? Guys, this is supposed to be fun. It's not like you wrote a movie script and someone ripped it off. You used a TikTok sound, okay? Let's relax. Everybody relax. Oh, but let's look at the comments. Did Emma delete the video? Because I can't find it. I mean, apparently she did delete the video, so it's just like, if you're willing to like go ahead and make a video like that, you gotta be able to back it up with some straight facts, right? If you're saying that like this big creator is copying you, you better have proof that you were the original person to come up with that concept. Kill him with kindness. That's what's up. Kill him with kindness and just like a little bit of like, I don't want to say passive aggressiveness, but also, yes, and just so you know.
Yes, I'm so sorry, but like, also, just so you know.
You still should have tagged her. I mean, you could have, but people still get mad even when you do, you know, like are inspired by someone, you want to do the same like type of video as someone, you can tag the original creator and people still get pissed off. Like people are going to be pissed off over anything, all right? But that's social media. You definitely hit her with that Uno reverse, didn't you? I'm here for it. I love it.
I love it.
Good for you.
I cannot believe the sequence of events I just witnessed on this flight that I was just on. If your husband's name is Brian with a Y, and he was traveling today from Orlando MCO to Chicago O'Hare on Thursday, March 14th, the flight was around 2:15 p.m. He sat next to me, and the second that he sat down in the seat, he downloaded the Hinge app and created a Hinge profile. And the best part,
was he was selecting photos from a photo album on his phone titled
No.
Dating Apps. He was in a burgundy t-shirt, like a dark red t-shirt, light gray sweatpants, and white on-cloud running sneakers that were really dirty, and his backpack was black, and it was the Razor brand. He's like a little scruffy, had some like grays in his beard over here. Very like large and in charge gentleman, very attractive. He wears a black watch on his right wrist and a silver wedding band on his left.
Oh, wow. She got a picture.
Right here. And he FaceTimed his wife, who I would guess is his wife, and his child when they landed, and said that he would call them when he got to the hotel. If this is your husband, DM me on Instagram because I have pictures, I have proof, and this was just a very odd thing to see. And stay safe out there, girls.
As soon as he got on the plane, As soon as he got on the plane. This is why I have trust issues, like, honestly. Not only the wife, but the kid. The kid! How are you not embarrassed? How do you think that people wouldn't be paying attention to that? Like, we're all traumatized, okay? We're all traumatized. We're all paying a little too much attention to other people. She's gonna know. She gon' find out. Just couldn't wait to get on that plane. Didn't even wait to land. Was just, you know, sitting in a crowded airplane where everybody could see what he was doing. Cannot wait to get off this plane and cheat on my wife. Goody, goody. Cannot wait to hurt the people I love.
Cannot wait.
I cannot wait to be an asshole. Goody, goody. Flew 2,000 miles just to see this. We can laugh about it now. Can we?
The biggest hits of 2024 from Taylor Swift, Morgan Wallen, Eminem, and more are all on one playlist. The best of 20.
Are you tired of your hair breaking after waiting years for it to grow? New Pantene with more pro vitamins plus.
Music is personal. Have the power to set the tone from start to stop.
He got up a little slowly for my taste. But perhaps he got up a little slowly because his arm was around somebody else. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that. Are we all just collectively
tap the banner to learn more?
Traumatized by Couch Guy? Is this Couch Guy part 2? He's like, I'm so excited to see you. Yay. Oh, what are you doing here? Good to see you. Tell me this was staged. Top comment. Why are we all traumatized by the original Couch Guy? We are. We can all tell when somebody is excited to see us and when they are not. I feel this is a parody. Okay, it's probably a parody, realistically. I believe it's real after seeing your story time, but did the friend like just so happen to be standing right next to the door? He answered it so quickly. Okay, all right. We're gonna need to find out if this was real or not. We have a part 2.
Unfortunately for everyone who thinks that my video is fake, it's not. Okay, so me coming home was a complete surprise. Nobody knew besides the boy that opened the door for me, which is his best friend, and then my best friend Shelby came with me, and she is the one that was recording. Okay, so everyone was commenting, why would you touch him? Why would you hug him? Girl, I would have slapped him. I promise you, if you were in my situation, that's not what would have happened, because the first thing that I thought of when I walked through that door was not that my boyfriend was gonna have his arm wrapped around another girl. That was obviously not what I was expecting to see. So I walk in, and obviously I had seen it, but I was so excited. I literally could not shut up about it. I could not stop talking about it. I was so excited to go home and see him. I hadn't seen him for like 2 months. So I walked in the door and I hugged him hello, and that was the last time I have touched him since, to make everyone else happy.
Good.
So I hugged him hello as everyone saw, and then after the video ended, I obviously had taken a step back and I was like, what did I just watch? So, seeing that, I pulled him aside. I obviously wasn't gonna have a conversation in front of everyone that was in the room. So I pulled him aside, we went in a different room, we had a conversation, and I said, what was that about? Like, what was happening? Why was your arm wrapped around another girl? And he kept denying that it was anything at all. He was just like saying that they were just friends hanging out. It was nothing, it wasn't what it looked like. Now, the girl that he had his arm wrapped around is a mutual. She's not someone that we're friends with. She's not someone that's like in our friend group. Like, she's not someone that would regularly be at a hangout. So obviously I was like, arm wrapped around doesn't make sense because you're not that close with her. Like, you're not best friends with her like that. So since he kept denying it, I asked the girl what had happened, and she had told me that they had been hanging out for a few weeks, like a month, and he had told her that he was planning on breaking up with me, and he was starting to have feelings for her, and yeah. And everyone kept commenting, that girl knew, that girl moved, she's guilty. Yes, she is guilty.
She
and
is.
she knew that we were together. And she still put herself in that position to have his arm wrapped around her. And it is what it is now. Also, for everyone commenting, who's laughing, this isn't funny. I'm laughing about it, it's funny now. We're broken up, it's over, and I'm a lot better than he is. And yeah, the situation's over. I'm single now, so hit me up. Bye.
Wow, we really just lived through couch guy number 2, eh? I can never tell if these are real or not. Honestly, I feel like it is. Like, I think it might be. I think it might be. And for me, it's like, yes, he's got his arm around the other person, but it's also like the reluctance to be excited to see her. Like, look at this man. Look at his face. Like, he's like, literally, that's his face. He's like, oh, you're here. Great. Playing it off like maybe she didn't see anything. I think that's why all these couch guys really capture the attention, right? We dissect all the videos and it's like, I'm sorry. If you flew all the way across the country to surprise your boyfriend or girlfriend and you are met with anything other than sheer excitement, if that man is not getting up out of his seat, jumping around like a little leprechaun, he cheating. He is not excited to see you, bestie.
This girl on TikTok told her friend that she got promoted, and they said to her, let's go to dinner to celebrate. So the girl went to the toilet, and one of the friends on the table put something in her drink to poison her.
Joyce,
Wait, what?
As she was coming out of the toilet, there was a guy that had walked past their table and had seen her drop the drink. So the guy said, hey, don't drink that drink that they put on the table because I saw them put something in the drink. So the girl went back to the table and she said, I'm not drinking it. Obviously, but she did it in a style like someone didn't just tell. She goes, no, you should drink it. We're celebrating. Come on, girl, have a cocktail, babe. And she was like, I'm not drinking it. In fact, you drink it. So she now tried to make the girl to drink the drink. She goes, no, I'm not drinking it. Then the girl now confessed, yeah, you always get all the opportunities. Yeah, put something in your motherfucking drink. You're always banging. You always think you're too nice. You always think you're, I said, Bobo Clyde, blood of Jesus, blood of Jesus, blood of Jesus, blood of Jesus. In Jesus' name, we will not have bad friends that will poison us in Jesus' name.
Okay, so we're so jealous that we're poisoning people now? Listen, it's okay to be jealous, babes. Comparison is the thief of joy. It really is. It's terrible, right? It's very hard to be happy for other people when you're not happy with yourself. I understand. I get it. Been there.
But stop poisoning people!
New Secret Outlast fights 99% of odor-causing bacteria.
Secret works.
For the love of God, please. Like, your friends belong in jail, bestie. Listen, bestie, if it gets to this point, if someone in your friend group makes you so unhappy, watching them win makes you so unhappy, you're gonna need to end that friendship. You're gonna need to not be around that person so much anymore. Or you could find a way to work on yourself and get to a point where you are happy enough with yourself that you can be happy for other people. Because this is crazy. This is some crazy... Go to the loony bin and then to the jail. What's that jail that's like on an island? That's where you belong.
Sorry, what did you just say to me?
Say it again for the camera.
Because I need to go home.
Why you want to go home? I think you come home with me.
Well, because I'm
presumptuous.
I'm not gonna go home with you. What you mean I'm going home with you?
I mean, I pay for the dinner. Normally you come home with me.
So you mean if you pay for the dinner, then I should go home and sleep with you? How much you pay for the dinner?
It's not about the dinner, but I paid like 2.6 million.
Oh, so you think that I'm just worth 2.6 million?
I don't say that, but you know, just come home with me.
No. Okay, how about if I give you 2.6 million back? And then I can go, right?
I don't need it.
So what you want from me now?
Just come home with me now.
No way I'm going home now. I don't like you.
Oh,
Period.
you're not coming home with me right now.
That's the tea, babes.
Okay, then. Next time, don't waste my time.
All right, I do remember seeing this, and there was a lot of people who were like,
Well, if you don't like him, then why did you let him pay?
etc., etc. Sometimes you don't know if you like a guy, okay? Sometimes you don't know if you like a guy. That's why you go on the date, to find out if you like a guy. And then unfortunately, if you don't, that is just what it is. It's not necessarily a waste of everyone's time, not unless one person expected something out of the date and didn't get it. But just because you pay for somebody's meal or a drink or whatever, that does not mean that you're entitled to the giggity giggity. You know what I'm saying? You ain't. You ain't entitled to shit. And vice versa. Just because you're going on a date with somebody does not mean that they're gonna pay for you. Don't feel entitled to that shit. And like, furthermore, like, if it was really about like a monetary kind of compensation, you know, there's people who are willing to go home with you after that monetary compensation. You don't need to like find a girl and ask her on a date and then expect that she'll go home with you for the price of a cheeseburger. How much for 2.6 million? Which currency? Around $100, say the comments. Source, comments. Let's normalize splitting the bill on the first date to avoid such things. I also like to live by this, but hey, not a lot of people do, okay? If I like the guy, I will let him pay, and if I don't, I will split it. Maybe she did like him until he assumed that she was gonna go home with him, okay? It's a little bit of a gray area there. We don't know what happened. But the way he's talking, he's saying, I paid for dinner, therefore I get which is not the case. That's not how it works. The only man who's gonna buy you dinner and expect nothing in return is your dad. Okay, fair enough. But it's not fair enough. I'm sorry. Like, not how it works. If you want to be dating, you kind of gotta, like, put in an investment on the people that you like. If you can't afford to pay for a girl's dinner without expecting something in return, just say that. Literally, like, this is the reality of dating. It's not fun. You can probably expect to spend a lot of money on people, on dinners, even for yourself. Don't be dating if you can't afford to be dating, okay? Or do a date, you know, that like you can afford, like coffee or picnics or whatever. There's other options. WTF, look what my sister found in her fresh braids. What is that? What's that? What is that? Wait, no, it's a press-on. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh god, that's my worst nightmare. Oh no. Well, it's not, but it's up there.
Like a scab because it was flipped over. That's disgusting shit, I'm sorry. And I bet you paid
Did we just stuff it in there or it just fell off and we didn't realize it? Like, let's just pop that in there for some volume. French braid with a French tip for free. I started wearing press-ons and like that's kind of like what I'm worried about, you know? Just like that just coming off there. Just be leaving nails all over the place. Little extremities all over the place. Attachments. Those were some people that got exposed on TikTok, and rightfully so. This guy. Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some influencers dumping pollution in our TikTok feeds. How dare they? How dare they?
Put a finger down if you found out that your mother has been using your pictures and videos to catfish men on the internet the day before you guys were on your family vacation. So you made a TikTok about it, keeping everything super anonymous. You didn't say who it was. You just told the story, and your mother was so embarrassed that the video was going viral that on the family vacation, she got into your phone and deleted the video. Then when you confronted her, she tried to gaslight you into thinking that one of the men that she's been catfishing on the internet hacked into your phone and deleted the video off of your TikTok. So now you're infuriated. You're doing your research and you find one of the men that she's been using your pictures and videos to catfish. You hit them up on Instagram. They live in a completely different country and they're like, use WhatsApp. So you call them on WhatsApp and you guys have an hour-long phone conversation, which you recorded, and they give you the whole timeline and breakdown of how everything started, how everything occurred, and that it had almost been a year since their relationship started. And that it wasn't just them. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a plethora of men, okay? And so you say something to your mom because at this point they have all your personal information. They know the city that you live in. They even have had conversations with your child, your 5-year-old son. They have had conversations with this boy because your mother was he was in your mother's care and she was on the phone with these men and she was putting your son on the phone pretending that it was her nephew.
I beg your finest pardon? What did I just watch? Ooh, that's a head scratcher is what that is. Not just because I haven't washed my hair in a couple days. I'm itchy. Thank you so much for sharing that very insane piece of information. You gotta be a special kind of crazy. Like, I'm sorry. If you're out here catfishing people on the internet, you already a special kind of crazy. But like using your own daughter's photos? Are you doing it for like money? Are you doing it for like attention? Ooh, she's got some deep-seated jealousy. Deep jealousy against you, girl. Me and my mom's relationship would be over so fast. I'm really curious as to the psychology behind something like this. We've all watched Catfish, right? If you haven't watched Catfished, it's a show that like explores the phenomenon that is cat. And this isn't like, oh, he catfished me, he was uglier than his photos. This is like people pretending to be other people on the internet, okay? Imagine the psychology behind a mom that wants to pretend to be her daughter for male attention. And then it's the gaslighting for me. I'm sorry, it's the gaslighting. So how did she explain her way out of that?
Then when you confronted her, she tried to gaslight you into thinking that one of the men that she's been catfishing on the internet hacked into your phone and deleted the video off of your TikTok.
Honestly, that's a fair reason to gaslight because the truth is so much more embarrassing.
New Secret Outlast Dry Spray. Fights 99% of odor-causing bacteria.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up, we've got Shake Video Masks.
My goodness. I would say whatever I could to get out of that too, bestie. Holy sh. Oh my God. The caption is, what's worse, I pay her phone bill. The audacity of this woman. Okay, we're off to a strong start. Thank you for that. Oh. I mean, they've got a point. Let me just, let's roll it back. Okay, with a baddie friend. Gypsy Rose, baddie friend. Too bad she killed this look. Oh, and her mom. Oh. Is it below the belt though? Like, is it? Because I feel like it's not. It's not like that's what happened. She looking cute though, like come on, look, she looking cute. I feel like she kind of redefines the word baddie. Like to me, a baddie is someone who's like super hot, that's like, you know, a boss babe. Gypsy Rose is more like criminal baddie. Like she did the time, right? So she did the time. Jesus, the way I'm trying to make this. Walking on the eggshells. Didn't Sabrina Carpenter also say something quite savage to this video? Okay, it was a different video. You served. She did. She did though, she did serve. She served her time. And now she's out here making TikToks with the influencers, getting nose jobs, living her best life. Imagine to get released from jail only to become a meme.
Thank you to the creator who has blessed our feeds with the faces of the freakiest couple in New York. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I'm sorry, and you're gonna wish you didn't know this 5 minutes ago, but this couple decided to get adventurous on a Sunday morning at Battery Park in New York and have a little fun under the blankets around parents, children, dogs, birds, the entire park under a blanket. I truly don't know if they thought they were being inconspicuous because I'm at a loss for words.
There's people literally getting out of church right now, and y'all are doing that on the day of the Lord. This is honestly the most ratchet I've ever seen. Like, this is so gross. There are children! There are birds and dogs and lizards and rats. They don't need to see that. Like, really? A park? Ew. Sorry for ruining your day, but if you haven't seen this video, it be around. It is so foul. So foul. Oh my God, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Look at all of the angles. Oh my God. Oh God, we have to blur that. Sorry. How do you do this in this day and age? Honestly, how do you do it at all? But like in this day and age, you're in Battery Park, which is one of the busiest parks in New York. Look at how busy this park is. My God, at least get a tent. No, at least just like go back to one of your houses, honestly, because like, I know New York City apartments be small, but this can't be legal. Like, this can't be allowed. POV, you're admiring your gains, but so is the random guy walking past the room. Checking me out. Feels unsafe.
Let's get this straight. All right, so you can post your butt on Instagram for millions of people to see, but as soon as a guy looks at you in real life, it becomes a problem? What? Someone please make this make sense or I'm gonna go crazy.
Honestly, it kind of like doesn't really make sense, you know? Just because someone looks in your direction does not mean that he's... I mean, she looks good. She looks good. I'd probably look at her gains too. But the thing is like when you are out in public, people are going to look at you. If you are uncomfortable with people looking at you, don't be out in public because guess what? It is going to happen. Am I the only one who looks in every room I pass by? No, you're not. You're definitely not. It looks tinted, so from his side, it probably is a reflective surface. Dude was probably looking at himself. Listen, I can understand someone not wanting to be spoken to at a gym. When women go to gyms, I feel like we go to work out. Maybe you do go to the gym to meet people. Maybe you do. But you can't get mad at people for just looking. Staring, yes. Staring, yes. Not looking.
The other day, I came across a video by this person right here. This person right here, Julia Real. She told a story about how this restaurant and bar in Chicago had their security staff assault her and then throw her down the stairs. After watching that video, I thought, that's insane. I wonder what actually happened though. Didn't have to wait too long. Woke up this morning and the restaurant and bar that she's accusing actually posted security footage. If you haven't seen it yet, you might, but here's a couple clips.
So they are grabbing us immediately. They don't even give us a chance to walk out on our own.
Looks like you're walking out
original story
on your
was
own.
Probably embellished a little bit. I did not realize it was complete and total fabrication. Absolutely a blatant lie. I said that she claimed that she was thrown down the stairs, and I'm not lying. She said that she was thrown down the stairs twice, but here's footage of exactly what happened.
Me a second time and shows me again and sends me lying down the rest of the staircase.
Looks like you're walking down the stairs and not being thrown down. You look belligerent.
I cannot stand when people just blatantly lie about something that happened to try to make themselves look good and cause damage to a business that did nothing wrong. Here's probably what actually happened. This person was acting belligerent, drunk, probably disrespectful, probably was told to stop what they were doing multiple times, and then they didn't, so they got kicked out. They got home, they're nursing their bruised ego, and they say, you know what I can do? I could post a video and just lie about it and make me feel better about it. She did, but she didn't expect Hubbard Inn to respond back because now all of her accounts are private and the video is nowhere to be found. I'm not saying what I think should happen to this person. I think the fact that millions of people are going to see that they were blatantly lying about something like this is pretty harsh, but well deserved. But I think businesses should do this more. If somebody posts a video and says, oh, I had a bad experience here and this terrible thing happened, post the footage. Show whether it happened or not. The amount of times I see videos where people just say, this terrible thing happened, but they don't have any proof of it is pretty high. Not to mention the times that people turn on a camera in the middle of a confrontation and they don't show what happened beforehand, you know? I would love to see more security footage like this. Good on you guys.
Yeah, I mean, you guys really gotta understand that people do be going on the internet and they share one version of events. But just because someone says that something happened on the internet That doesn't mean it actually happened. And it also doesn't mean that they're not trying to make themselves out to be the good guy. The amount of times where someone has gone on the internet and like not thought it through. Like this has even happened to me. You know, I went on the internet and I made a video about, you know, a certain situation, said facts, all the facts, had it cleared with the legal team, so don't you worry. Said facts and opinions and that's it. It actually doesn't matter if you're saying something that's true or if it's your opinion. Things have happened following the posting of those videos where, you know, just Uno reverse. Uno reverse.
Yeah, no, God.
Put that card down and make you look real stupid. I would say that if you're gonna go on the internet and like talk about somebody or some business, I'd make sure that you got facts to back it up. Proof. And also, I would make sure that you believe that you're telling the truth. Oh, see? According to the comments, the video posted is incomplete. Julia Real issued a statement on TikTok saying the video released by Hubbard Inn is incomplete and misleading. She's hired an attorney and plans to sue Hubbard Inn. There is a statement by an attorney on it saying that there is missing video evidence and she left there and went to the hospital. Okay, so Julia Real's got a little Uno reverse card of her own. You see what I mean? To be fair though, I think that like if something happened to you like this, I would have just gone to a lawyer. Like straight to a lawyer. When you put stuff on the internet, you invite other people's opinions and judgment. Would you hire a hot nanny?
Thirsty hair? Meet Aussie. It's giving moisture with a capital M, made for every type and texture. So you
I saw a female influencer post yesterday that she just hired a female nanny, and the girl that she hired is an 11. She's a smoking hot Victoria's Secret supermodel looking 21-year-old with a golden tan, and the mom, on the other hand, is an average American pretty.
I am that average American woman who is stupid enough to hire a Victoria's Secret model to be my nanny. But I'm going to tell you guys why, and I think you might be interested in this little take. Well, first, let's get the obvious reasons out of the way, like I trust my husband implicitly. We actually have a really secure, like, amazing relationship. I know it's like hard to believe. But other than that, the second reason that we should just get out of the way is that I don't discriminate against people for the way that they look. But let's pretend that I actually do care what my nanny looks like before hiring her and what my thought process would be around hiring a hot one. Now. I know that it's very hard to believe this because I am now this like undesirable old hag. Like, I get it. But I used to be like a very hot 21-year-old girl also. And I dealt with a lot of stigma and a lot of judgment from people like you who thought I wanted to sleep with your man. You have no idea. Actually, I can almost guarantee you have no idea. But let's make something really clear. Just because I was beautiful in 21 does not mean that I was sleeping with married men. There might even be an argument to say that girls who are so beautiful, a 10, 11, 12 out of 10, like you're calling her, get so much male attention that small interactions that are normal and respectful with my husband will not even like be on her radar at all. People who are getting picked all the time don't have to be pick-me girls. It's so much more about what's on the inside than what's on the outside when you pick your nanny. It's all about energy, the way that you see that they interact with your children, the way that they interact with you. All of those things are so much more important than whether they're a 12 out of 10 or not. What do you guys think?
I think she has a very valid point. You know, at first it was like,
girl, is she prettier than me? Hell no, you're not gonna be around my husband.
but like realistically, just because she's pretty does not mean she's evil, okay? I know society likes to put us against each other, especially the pretty ones. Like, oh, she's so pretty, she must be flawed. Let's find the flaw. Let's look for it. Let's find the flaw. Oh, found one. I mean, it's kind of not really a flaw, but let's just twist and turn it and make it a flaw. That's literally society. I would say just kind of go with like, if you were gonna hire a nanny and she was hot, first of all, like, don't discriminate based on looks, okay? That's kind of, Go with what you're comfortable with, though. What should matter is how she treats your children and how qualified she is, not how hot she is. I will say, though, to play devil's advocate, just because you're a good person and you wouldn't go for somebody else's man, that doesn't mean that everyone is like you. I know plenty of beautiful women who are also insecure, who shouldn't be, but male validation is literally the most important thing to them. Would you hire a hot nanny? Let me know. I'm curious. I see both sides. I do. Oh, this video. Oh my God. Oh, I can't wait to show this to you. This is literally the funniest thing I've ever seen.
This video is for Dirty Gal Emily that works at Eneho downtown Toronto. If you're not Dirty Gal Emily that works at Eneho downtown Toronto, don't scroll. Stay and listen to the story. Because Emily, if I see you, if I catch you outside, it's on site. I'ma box it. Yeah, alright. Me and my friends decided to go to Eneho. We go. Not only does it take 25 bumbleclap minutes for the girl to touch the table and say, "Hi, my name is Dirty Gal Stink Batty Emily. How can I help you today? How can I take your order?" Whatever the... Not only did we order with the girl never even put her order in. Me and my friend is over here waiting 40 minutes for some tacos. 40 minutes for tacos that never came. Only for her to say, "Oh, but you didn't order that. You didn't order with me. You didn't order." The f you mean we didn't order? Are you not our server? You think we came here just to sit down and look pretty? You're telling me we didn't order no tacos with you? And I remember us asking, "Oh, how many comes in this?" "Yeah, okay, we'll get that." And then we get the pork, we'll get the beef, we get... Where are the tacos? Nowhere in sight. Our other two friends, they came late. They came in, they ordered their food, you know, waiting for their food to come. Their food came before mine. At this point, I'm pissed off. Because why are you arguing with me saying, oh, you didn't order with me, you didn't order with me. I am a server. If I go to a table, I'm talking to them and they're like, "Oh, this didn't come out." And I look at my screen and I see it's not punched in. My first thought is, "Oh shoot, I forgot to punch it in," or there was a miscommunication. And I'd be like, "I'm so sorry, let me go get that rushed for you right now. Give me 1 second, like I'll go put it in for you." This is Dirty Gal about, "You didn't order that." No, you didn't order that with me, you didn't. I will order your mother.
Oh my God. Imagine someone goes on the internet and starts calling you a dirty gal. Dirty gal! That is honestly the ultimate insult. Like, how are you not embarrassed? She is embarrassed, by the way. She is very embarrassed. I heard that Emily is like afraid to go to work. This video did not, there was some aftermath to this video. Let's just say Emily is embarrassed. Dirty gal Emily is very embarrassed. I can't even do the Toronto accent. I wish I could do the Toronto accent.
You're arguing with me. Go and tell the kitchen for rush me bomba clock tacos. Like, what happened to you, baby? Not only that, but the friend that came, she ordered her food, right? No cilantro. No onions. She said it like 6 times. She's like, "Listen, I don't like cilantro. I don't want it to touch the cilantro. I don't like onions. I don't want none of that on the plate. I don't want it nowhere near. I just don't want none of that." Right? Right. What does her food come out with? Cilantro and onions. So at that point, all of us are pissed. When it's time for us to pay, I'm not tipping. My best friend don't tip. My other friend don't tip. And my other friend is about to pay. And before she pays, the Dirty Gal Emily is like, "Oh, was there something wrong with the service?" Realizing that 3 of us never tip her. Yeah. Yeah, there was something wrong with the service, you dirty. Like, what's wrong with you? It take almost half an hour for greet the table. I had to run down like 2 people to get a reorder of margaritas. You never even put in my food and then argue with me about my food. And then you met the girl who have her cilantro and onion up in her food. Never come and check on the table to see if everything's okay. She had to flag down a random person to take the food back and give her something brand new. You see? Yeah, there was something wrong with the service, Dirty Gal Emily. Don't act dumb.
Let's also remember that tipping is not a requirement. I do like to give a tip. If service is like decent, I always give a tip. But if service is bad, I'll probably still give a tip, honestly. I'm sorry. But I won't be happy about it.
So then she decides to say, as she's passing the 4th girl, the machine to pay, she said, oh, well, if you can't afford to tip, do takeout. You stinking... What do you mean if you can't afford to tip, take takeout? I had to ask her, I said, "What did you just say?"
sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said. Say it again. And my friend beside me was like, yeah, she called us broke. She basically said that we're broke. So my best friend was like, no, actually, we have money, but your service is trash. You're not getting tips if you have service. Matter of fact, where's your manager? She said no. She told my friend don't pay because one person left to pay. Don't pay. Get the manager over because you're sick. You're dumb. All of our bills were like $40. So the tip would have been what, maybe $8, and that's 20%. That's pushing it. $6 maybe. You think I don't have $6? Your mom doesn't have $6 in her. Want me to? Dirty girl. Anyway, she called the manager over. I saw her over there talking to the manager, probably telling him foolishness. The manager comes over, asks what happened. We told him everything that happened and included that I am a server and the other girl is a server too. We're both servers at restaurants, so we understand the industry. This was absolute garbage. But the manager was very nice. He gave us gift cards. He apologized. He was like, oh, she's an older server. He would never expect to hear something like that. Well, she needs to get slapped multiple times. Matter of fact, Emily, if I catch you outside, I'm slapping you in your face, Emily. Emily from Inejo downtown. I hope you remember me and the group of black girls that during Black History Month you called broke because you gave us service and thought we're gonna tip you $6. Have a nice day. Don't let me catch you in the streets in GTA. Yeah. Bye, Emily.
Dirty gal. I can't say it! And I literally live in Toronto and I do not have that accent. But I wish I sounded like that, honestly. How fun was that to listen to? I'll keep an eye out for Dirty Gal Emily. I know a dirty gal and her name is Emily. I feel like that's all we have time for today. That's all, folks. Let's get
incredible doorbusters up to 60% off during Ashley's Labor Day sale. Going on now. Shop your local Ashley store today.
And now here's Amy with the Flow forecast. Like the weather, your flow changes daily, and so should your Tampax size. Heavy downpours coming in, size up for added protection. If it hurts to remove, size down. Over to you, Kate.
If you can see, it's like day 2 of my period out here.
You should size up.
Are we still talking about the weather?
I hope so.
And only Tampax has Elite Guard Braid to help with better protection and 5 sizes for your changing flow.
Look at the brains on Jim.
Just keeping myself informed.
Pack your Tampax combo.
Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some people that went too far and ruined the wedding. Am I the a-hole for wanting to postpone the wedding with my fiance because she tested me with a fake miscarriage? I, 26 male, have been dating my fiance Vivian, 28 female, for 5 years, and we found out she was pregnant shortly after I proposed. We were both ecstatic about it, even though it wasn't planned. Vivian's parents were a bit upset that I got their daughter pregnant without being married to her, but having a wedding during her pregnancy seemed to calm them. They're Christians, but not the evangelical types who shove religion down people's throats. She's currently 13 weeks pregnant, and 4 days ago, I had gotten off work, so I immediately headed home to our apartment. I saw her best friend Carly, 29 female, sitting on the couch looking upset, which is unlike her. So I asked if everything was okay and where Vivian was. Carly told me that she was in our main bathroom, so I headed over to it and noticed that Carly was following me, which I think was a little strange, but I brushed it off. I knocked on the door and asked if I could come in, which Vivian said yes to. So I opened the door and I saw my fiance standing over the toilet with tears in her eyes when she looked at me. I immediately asked her what was wrong, and Vivian sniffled and told me that she miscarried, gesturing for me to look inside the toilet. Now this next part, trigger warning here. There's no images, but it's a bit graphic. I looked inside the water and it was reddish. There was a lump and what looked like to be a fetus with a stray piece of bloody tissue sort of covering it. I averted my eyes after I saw it and then started crying. I was genuinely sobbing, which I haven't done since Vivian revealed she was pregnant, but those were tears of joy. I grabbed my fiance and hugged her tight while crying into her shoulder. Eventually, I looked up and saw in the bathroom mirror that Carly was standing in the doorway with her phone out, like she was recording something or taking pictures. Oh, hell no. Oh, please. Oh, say it isn't so. Say it isn't so right now. Oh, please. I let go of Vivian and asked Carly what the hell she was doing. Carly stammered and was going, while looking for an excuse. Eventually, my fiance fessed up and admitted that she didn't actually have a miscarriage and that it was a test to see how I would react if I actually lost our baby. Oh, absolutely not. No way. You did not, babes. Like, what? Be frickin' for real right now. If your man cried with happiness to find out that you were unexpectedly pregnant, do you really think that he would be totally fine with it? That you needed to test it to see what would happen if you miscarried? No. And like all the that you had to go through to fake that, like you went and got a fake fetus, babe. You got a fake fetus. What is wrong with you? I essentially short-circuited, unable to comprehend how the hell Vivian and Carly, despite us not being as close, could do something so outlandishly cruel to me. I snapped out of it when Vivian attempted to touch my cheek and pushed her hands away. I didn't want to be near her or have her touch me at that moment. Carly and Vivian tried to stop me from leaving the bathroom, but I pushed past them so I could go to our bedroom. I haphazardly packed some clothes into an old bag and headed straight for the door after grabbing my keys. Honestly, in that moment, like there are things that you can like 100% joke about. Pranking your significant other is like hella fun. Like I'm not gonna lie, it's hella fun, but you joke about things that are not that serious. Not a miscarriage, babes. Vivian caught up with me at the door and tried to plead with me to stay and talk about what happened, but I told her I needed time away from her to process what happened. She didn't push me to stay after that, but seemed disappointed about it. Well, what did you think was gonna happen, Vivian?
Oh my god, it's so funny. You just faked a miscarriage.
Like, it's not even the faking the miscarriage. It's that you didn't have trust in your fiance to like be sad if you lost your baby. Well, I guess you know now. I'll admit that I was being childish. I mean, under the circumstances, I wouldn't necessarily say that's childish. I would say that that's an appropriate response to someone joking about something like that. I dodged Vivian's texts and calls, except for to let her know that I was safe over the next 2 days. Once I felt stable enough, I invited Vivian to talk. We won't get into everything we talked about, but the reason why Vivian decided to test me was that she was afraid I didn't actually want the baby and was caring for them because I had to in order to not be seen as a deadbeat. Yeah, I feel like there's a better way to find that out. Like, healthy communication, perhaps?
That's crazy talk.
I said that I understood her fears, but I legitimately wanted to be a father to our baby. I ultimately decided to stay with Vivian, but on one condition, that we postponed the wedding until after the baby was born and we did couples counseling. Vivian said okay and left my friend's apartment. I honestly assumed that was that and I was going to go home soon after that. Boy, was I wrong. An hour after Vivian left, I got messages from Carly harassing me about forcing Vivian to have a baby out of wedlock.
Check out in no time. Choose Chrome to save time with autofill.
Want to know a secret? More than just my armpits stink. That's why I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant everywhere.
4 out of 5 gynecologists would recommend whole body deodorant, which gives you 72-hour odor protection from your pits to your
Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Carly, you didn't talk her out of this ridiculous charade? Honestly, it was Carly's idea.
Oh, you won't be so funny. You know how you're gonna know if he wants a baby? Let's pretend that she had a miscarriage and see how he reacts.
Carly, you're just as much to blame. This is your fault. Since I know that's not what her parents want while insulting me. It got so intense I eventually blocked her. Honestly, I just wanted some unbiased outsider perspective on this. Am I the a-hole for giving this condition to my fiance? For the condition, I would say that you have an absolute right to be mad about this. I do feel like you are completely justified in your feelings about this. Is it reason enough to postpone the wedding? I would genuinely think twice about who I was marrying if they somehow thought that this was okay. Let's see what Reddit had to say. You can't continue this relationship. Vivian is disturbed and Carly is like her henchman. Your life will get exponentially worse if you legally attach yourself to a cold, apathetic person like this. Yeah, that is like so unbelievably twisted. It is legitimately fair to have fears that if you get pregnant, if your, boyfriend or the father is going to want the child. That is a legitimate fear. But based on how he reacted when he found out, he cried tears of joy. And you thought it was a good idea to test this man with the thought of a miscarriage? Why is she even having these thoughts to begin with? Like, I don't get it. My dude, I'm so sorry you had to go through this, but please do not postpone the wedding. Cancel it. You have to cut ties to both of these women immediately and permanently. They're malignant, cancerous tumors in human form. There is no coming back from this. If this is a sign of Vivian's good judgment, what cruelty will she think is reasonable to do to you in the future? What cruelty will she think is reasonable for you to do to your children in the future? Look how badly this affected you. Do you really want a small child whose brains and emotions and psychology are nowhere near developed to suffer at the hands of someone who has explicitly demonstrated this degree of psychopathic behavior? I'm so sorry you wasted 5 years on this person, but please do not fall for the sunk cost fallacy. Block both of these women after you tell everyone, especially her parents, what she did. So some people are saying don't just postpone the wedding, cancel it altogether. Other people are saying go through with the wedding, but cut Carly off. Because, like, what friend would reasonably agree to help in something like this? I'm gonna say not the a-hole because I actually feel like you wanting to work it out is nice of you, considering the circumstances. But I want to know what you guys think. Should he cancel the wedding altogether? Is this an unforgivable offense? Let me know.
You guys, the tea is piping hot tonight because allegedly Jeremy applied to be on Love is Blind Season 6 while he was engaged. The ex-fiance's mom just posted this photo in a Facebook group. There's Jeremy, there's the ex-fiance, and there's the ring. Let me tell you what I know. So upon digging through the millions and millions of comments, somebody said, "Where did you find this?" And the mom said, "In my phone. That's my daughter and grandson." Mom then goes on to give more details and say, he just moved out at the end of 2022. They filmed February or March in 2023. They had just sold their home. So you guys remember that little scene where Jeremy is telling Laura he sold his previous house and didn't buy a new house because he wanted like his new wife to like pick where he lived?
Yes.
Yeah, he failed to mention that house he just sold was with his ex-fiance. The mom then again says, Jenny, that's the mom, she says they are absolutely not together since selling their house in 2023. And this is the ex-fiance under Laura's photos saying, did he ever tell you about his ex-fiance from right before you? Surely not. Or the house we sold a week or two before he filmed for this show? Just want all the info out there. You and Sarah Ann should know. I'm happy to share proof. I did message her. Y'all know I did. So she also goes on to say, peep the video of Layla and him in the snow on his Instagram. That was at our house, and that's me recording the video and talking. So it appears that they had just broken up right before he went to film Love is Blind. So technically he was single when he filmed the show, but he was still living with his fiance when he applied for the show. Because you have to take into consideration, it takes time to get casted.
Wow.
You apply, and then you go through the whole casting process. That's basically what the mom is saying. Someone was engaged and living with somebody when he applied for the show, not when he filmed the show. Netflix. How about you make sure that people are at least a year single? At least a year single. Like, if they're ready for marriage and blah, 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 at least a year. I really think a man who just sold his home with his ex-fiance is ready to get married? Like, come on, this is a joke. I thought his new house looked like an Airbnb on this week's episodes. This is crazy. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. After this week's episode, I don't put it past Jeremy.
Oh my God. Yeah, he fumbled that. He fumbled that for real. It's one thing if you are like, you know what? I just had a relationship that just failed and I thought I was gonna spend my life with this person and I'm ready. I'm ready for marriage and I'm gonna apply to a dating show about being ready for marriage. Literally, the whole point of that show is to find your fiance. But like, dude, he was still with his fiance when he applied. Honestly, to me, that just speaks somebody that just like wants to be on the show and wants to get famous. Like, they don't actually want to find somebody. This is my favorite part of Love is Blind every year. They're so awful at vetting these people that the tea's always piping. Honestly, I think that they do it on purpose. I think Netflix is like fully aware of all this stuff that's going down, and they do it to cause mayhem. They let these people on the show because it just means more drama, more tea. It's such lazy casting. If we can find the information, so can paid employees at Netflix. This is what I'm saying is like, I think that they do it on purpose. Let's be honest, the aftermath of these shows, like almost every single time, it's like we find out the tea, and that makes things go even more viral. Honestly, at this point, why would you ever go on this show? People don't go on it to find a fiance. They go on it to get famous. At least the men do. I know that the women really genuinely, based on like all the seasons I've watched, they genuinely want to find somebody. But like, men this past season, what is going on? Am I the a-hole for hiding my wealth from my fiance and his family? My fiance, 28 male, is a doctor, and I, 28 female, work in finance. Both earn almost equal pay. We've been together for a year and a half, got engaged a month ago, and are planning to have a wedding in 7 months. His family is full of doctors, while my dad owns a business. My mom's a stay-at-home wife, and brother, along with his wife, are high school teachers. My parents still live in a small townhouse my grandfather bought since the two of them grew up there. Fell in love, had us, plus all their friends live there. Basically, emotional attachment. I never try to hide my wealth, just know that I don't show off. For example, I prefer traveling by public transport because traffic and parking, while he drives a Range Rover. I have a Samsung. He makes fun of me for not owning an iPhone. I prefer not spending thousands of dollars on a dress I'm only gonna wear once. I also enjoy eating fast food rather than going to a Michelin star restaurant. Okay, go off, Queen. You save that coin. Some people are just frugal. I admit, I never really told them how much my dad earns, and I just felt it was unnecessary. Anyways, I think him and his family assume my family doesn't have much money or something. After getting engaged, we went to his parents' house for dinner, where they asked me what I plan to do in the future. I replied that I'm planning to quit my job after the wedding and work for my dad. They kind of got confused, mad, weird, saying why would I quit such a high-paying job, that if I'm planning to push all financial burdens on their son. Well, they asked for a prenuptial agreement. I agreed. Wow. Okay. I mean, listen, prenups are always a good idea. I'm just saying, prenups, they protect everybody. I would say that that's more to protect you than him. A couple of weeks ago, we started planning our wedding. In my culture, I'm Indian, he is white. We have big weddings. That's the only place where we show off our wealth. My parents were discussing about how they want to invite over 250 people from our side, since I will be taking over the business, and it's networking. How they want to have 2 weddings. Now Indian weddings have a lot of functions spanning 3 to 4 days, all of which would preferably hosted at 5-star hotels, or if we follow my dad, he wants to rent a castle. Oh, okay. I bet that confused your in-laws or future in-laws. His parents demanded that if we want to have an expensive wedding, we will be the ones paying, which my dad agreed, saying he was going to pay for everything even if they didn't ask.
Are you tired of your hair breaking after waiting years for it to grow? New Pantene with more pro vitamins plus biotin and collagen repairs as well as the leading luxury bonding brand. Stronger, healthier hair without the $60 price tag. If you know it's Pantene.
Incoming dishes!
Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease in half the time.
The better grease getter.
Oh. As the wedding planning proceeded, my fiance and his family realized we're spending way more than they can afford. I guess that's when it struck them that my dad's business isn't really as small as they expected it to be. They did a Google search and found his company online and his net turnover every year, which is on the website, and so on. Wow, it took this long for them to Google your dad? Okay. Anyways, now his family's mad at me, saying, why did I hide the fact that I'm rich? I'm pretty sure they want to cancel the prenup. Oh, there's the tickets. There it is. You better not cancel that, bestie. You better keep that. They wanted a prenup to make sure you didn't get. And now that they know you are rich, or that your family's rich, now suddenly they don't want a prenup? Oh, absolutely not. No. I'm not going to do that now since it was their idea. Well, his mom is basically harassing me, saying I misled their family and that I'm an a-hole for trying to hide my wealth for so long. Am I? I fail to understand how this is any of your in-laws' business. I would say that they're a-holes for treating you like garbage and assuming that you're like a gold digger when you're not. It's so interesting how people treat you differently based on whether or not they think you have money. Edit, adding more info here. My fiance has had a basic idea of my family's wealth. He knows about my dad's business. The in-laws did not. He agreed to do the prenup when his mom brought it first. We had to talk about it and came to a conclusion it would be good for both. Yes, he agreed to it despite knowing my family is wealthier. He isn't on his mother's side. They aren't very close. I guess that's the reason he never told his family about my family's finances. He did talk to her and has been defending me. It's just the constant remarks from her that made me feel a little guilty, wondering if I did something wrong. I just wish to have good relation with my in-laws, but she's making it seem impossible. P.S. I know my dad's wealth isn't mine. That's the reason I don't spend so much. As I said, I'm planning to quit my job and take over his business, hence my mother-in-law sees his assets as mine. Not the a-hole they thought you were, a gold digger. You protected yourself and family from gold diggers by not flaunting your wealth. Oh, that's what's up. You and your fiance are well off. What is the issue? You are both protected by a prenup. Yes, but the idea is that you're not supposed to be protected. He's supposed to be protected. Don't you understand? Literally, your fiance is gonna share in that wealth once you take over the business. It's just if you get divorced. This is the thing, the drama around the prenups, you know, it's like everything will be fine as long as we stay together, right? Prenups only take effect if you get divorced. The gold diggers protected her with their own greed. Poetic justice defined. I mean, technically, I don't really feel like, how do you even bring that up in a conversation?
Oh yes, my family's just so unbelievably wealthy.
It's not that you were hiding, it's that they didn't think to look. Or that they mistakenly thought you were something that you're not. Like you said, it's technically not your wealth, so why would you be like going around telling people? Sounds like the mother-in-law is the gold digger in this situation. Can't cry foul after finding out. I would tell mother-in-law, when did wealth become a part of polite conversation? That should shut her up. Literally, like, you don't necessarily talk about money like that. I just don't really see how you could have ever brought that up. You're not the a-hole, bestie. This is how lazy my fiance was after he proposed.
You great over there? Do you want to join me for dinner? Like, we have a romantic dinner set up. We're in the middle of the ocean, and he decides to lay there while we're supposed to have dinner. Babe, you just got engaged. Hurry up, sit back. Babe.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Oh, Lord. Hurry up.
Only if I can go golf tomorrow.
No. Hurry up, sit back. Oh. Babe.
Babe, my car.
He literally just rolled his eyes at you when you asked to have dinner with him after he proposed.
Ugh, women are so annoying. Oh God, you're always nagging me. Oh, she said yes. Now I don't have to put in any more effort.
Are you freaking kidding me? Like, the only thing I can think of is like maybe he was really stressed out all day with the engagement and like you said yes, so finally he was like chill. But still, you just got engaged. You're in the middle of the ocean. Your fiance wants to have dinner with you. You don't think maybe you want to like get up? I mean, listen, you guys just got engaged, but I think you just got a glimpse into what marriage with this guy is gonna be like. Those were some people that done up the wedding. This guy.
Excuse me, can I get a tampon? Oh, sure. Here you go.
She deserves an upgrade.
Oh, heck yeah.
An upgrade to Tampax Radiant. Let me show you. Only Tampax has a Leak Guard braid to help give you 20% better protection.
Who wouldn't want a Leak Guard braid?
This textured grip helps with easy insertion, so you can really get it in there. And a clean seal wrapper for tidy disposal.
So could I get that Tampax?
What Tampax? Kidding, right here. Oh, I got you. It's time for an upgrade. Tampax Radiant.
It's got to be Tide.
Hey everybody, welcome back. This is some married couple drama that lit up Am I the A-hole? All rise for the Honorable Judge Charlotte. You may be seated. Am I the a-hole for putting my wife on a strict allowance and making her ask me permission to buy expensive things? When we were married, we decided not to fully combine our finances. Okay, that's kind of messy, I feel like. Okay, fair, not traditional. Not sure how you facilitate that, but like, good to know. We have a shared account in which I fund 3/4 and she funds 1/4. We use this account to pay the mortgage, utilities, grocery, etc. We also have our separate accounts where we deposit the rest of our money. Interesting, I've never heard of this before. We're responsible for our own investments and cars. Things all worked well for a couple of years until recently when she came to me crying. Turns out my wife is not good with her money.
No way.
And owes $150,000. Ooh, that's not good. Spread over several credit cards. Whoa, dude. How do you even get to that point?
Observe.
And her car loan. Unless she wins the lottery, there's no way she would be able to pay off her debt, and I didn't want her to mess up her credit by declaring bankruptcy. At that point, you're literally just being careless. I'm sorry. It's one thing to have even like $20,000 in debt. I feel like the vast majority of people are in debt. This is something very normal. If you're not in debt, congratulations. You make up literally like 20% of the population. However, $150,000, bestie, that's a lot. What are you spending that money on?
What the hell is that?
An alpaca, I got the last one.
I feel like she was just careless and just figured,
Oh, my husband will bail me out.
ooh, no. This is like divorce fuel. I decided to loan her the money to pay off the debt on strict conditions. I will take over her finances, including receiving her income. God, this feels like a parent-child relationship, not a marriage. I get that she owes you money, but I just feel like this is just not good. She will be placed on a strict allowance and a budget. She will have to ask permission to buy anything over $50 and has to go by my judgment. Once she pays me back the money, she can take control of her own finances. That could take a while. It's $150,000. Most people don't make that in a year. She argued against the conditions. I mean, she probably would, yeah. But I mean, how else is she gonna get out of this? I don't really feel like she's in a position to be like choosing how she's gonna get out of this debt. She argued the conditions until I pointed out I don't have $150,000 in cash stuffed in the couch. I will have to sell some assets, including stocks that are currently performing well. If I loan her the money, it will cost me money. She finally agreed. This weekend, we were at a dinner party where after too many drinks, some of the women decided they wanted to take a girls' trip a few weekends from now. My wife turned to me and asked me if she could go, and I answered, no, it's not in her budget. I'll spare you the details of the argument that erupted, but the TLDR version is that I'm a misogynist pig who keeps her on a leash.
Yes, Daddy.
That would be true if she didn't put herself on that leash. Some argued I should have bailed her out without conditions because there should be none in a marriage. Like, you also married someone who's like incredibly careless with their money. The hurtful part is that she didn't once defend me. You agreed to pay off this massive debt and then she didn't defend you? Like, she didn't like tell her friends that, you know, you were helping her out of a bind? Was I wrong to put all those conditions on her? There are a lot of people watching this who will probably feel as though a marriage should come without conditions. It is not traditional to like keep your finances separate like that, but I have a feeling that you also had a feeling that this might happen. Let's be sure when we're marrying people that we also align on finances. Be prepared. Because when you marry someone, you take on their financial decisions, unless of course you keep it separate. I think under the circumstances and your current situation, I don't think it's wrong to have put those parameters on her. She's in no position to be going on a girls' trip and spending thousands of dollars. This is her showing her spending habits. Even when she's $150,000 in debt, she still wants to spend. That's not how it works, babes. You spend the money when you got the money. Don't spend money thinking that you're gonna have money, because sometimes that doesn't work out. We have an update and some more context.
Bring it on.
I read some of your comments at lunch and continue to read them. When I got home from work, she started another round of arguments about the trip. Okay, so I was like kind of thinking maybe she was like drunk. She didn't mean what she said, but that's not the case. Cool, okay. I pointed out she has no money, at which point she pointed out she hasn't hit the limit on one of her credit cards. This is why we're in debt. And that card should cover her for a weekend. So I drove back to my office and will spend the night here to answer some of the questions that may be brewing in your head. 1, our shared account pays for everything in the house. For example, a few weeks ago, we bought a new cookware set from Costco, and that money came out of the shared account, which you contribute 3/4 of, and she contributes 1/4, and she's still in debt. She works a full-time job. Minus her contribution to the shared account, the rest of her income is hers to spend as she wishes. I covered things we do together like dinners, dates, and vacations. Okay. The principal amount she owes is about $120,000, of which about half is her car loan. The rest consists of interest and late fees. If we can't even pay interest and late fees, we can't be spending, bestie. I didn't bring up her debt in front of her friends because I wanted to protect her reputation. How good of you. I haven't liquidated anything. I'm working with my advisor and broker and deciding what to liquidate to take the least financial and tax hit. She doesn't gamble. I looked over her bills and it looks like she spent money on dinners, drinks, and shopping with her friends. Yeah, she's got a little spending problem. Not little, large spending problem. We've been married for less than 5 years and do not have children. We started talking about a family in a couple of years. This is a sticky situation. I fail to understand how your wife isn't eternally grateful that you have bailed her out of this situation. I feel like she racked up that debt thinking that you would bail her out and didn't think about the consequences. Honestly, I genuinely feel like you should have just let her learn the lesson on her own. I used to be irresponsible with money. Very irresponsible. I made some bad decisions. But eventually I had to start taking responsibility for my bad decisions. Not the a-hole. Your wife is seriously irresponsible, and it seems that when you bailed her out, she didn't learn a lesson. It's the thing, right? If you come to the rescue, there are no consequences. Real world consequences. She and her friends put you on the spot like that, hoping the pressure would force you to say yes. A normal person would have realized the mess they had made and realized they can't spend frivolously with $150,000 in debt hanging over their heads. But this just shows your wife's attitude. Good luck getting your money back. I'm a little confused as to how she still has a credit card. Cut it up. Cut those little up. Dangerous little things. If you're not careful, those credit cards can just get a little out of control, you know what I'm saying? OP, make her destroy her credit cards and cancel them with you as a witness. Then don't tell her beforehand, freeze her credit. Sure, she can unfreeze it since it is her credit, but maybe that extra step will help with the cards. How do you even get $150 in credit limits when you owe so much? My husband and I make well over that and we don't have that much in cards. That is a very good point. How are you even able to spend that much? It's the car loan, apparently. But yeah, that's a pretty substantial debt to rack up. Shouldn't have bailed her out. You'll never get the money back and this won't end well. She already resents you. You can't stop someone who wants to financially destroy themselves from doing it. It's like saying OP should hide all the alcohol in the house. It's putting a band-aid on a sucking chest wound. OP needs to have a real conversation with his wife and to seriously consider divorce. It'll destroy him financially in the short term, but better that than forever. All right, in my eyes, I'm gonna agree with Reddit on this one, and I'm gonna say you're not the a-hole. Is this divorce worthy? You tell me. I feel like we read these sometimes and we're too quick to say, oh, divorce her, divorce her. Is this a divorce worthy offense? You let me know how you feel. Moving on. Am I the a-hole for telling my husband that if he pays me my hourly rate, I will do more housework? I'm a steam fitter. What's a steam fitter? Steam fitter. Just do my read. Layout, assemble, install, maintain pipe system, pipe supports, or related hydraulic or pneumatic equipment for steam, hot water, heating, cooling, lubricating, sprinkling, or industrial production of processing systems. I cannot believe I said that in one take, bestie. So she's a steam fitter. I've been at it for a while and I'm in supervision with bonuses and incentives, but not counting benefits. I earn over $100 an hour. Ooh, get your coin, bestie. Nice. I also work out of town. I started doing that once the kids were old enough to take care of themselves with their dad at home. So when my youngest was in middle school and the oldest was a junior in high school. It is great. I love that for you, bestie. I love that. Our retirement savings are piling up and we've been able to splurge on the kids and ourselves. My husband is upset, however, because I decided to pay for a cleaning lady. Hold on. I find that housework tends to come between a couple. My mother told me that the main things that couples fight about are housework and money. So if you can kind of remove the housework from the equation, leave it up to somebody else. If you are financially able, which they are, I don't see why not. He and I discussed it and we agreed that him and the kids didn't do a great job keeping the house clean and tidy while I was away. I hated coming home to a mess. It caused a few fights because it was like they expected me to come home and clean up after them. No. That's some weaponized incompetence if I've ever seen it. The last thing that you want to do when you get home from a trip or from work or whatever is clean up after other people. And I'm sorry, bestie, but you earning your own money. If you want to spend your money on a cleaning lady, ¿qué pasa? What's the problem? Is that actually ¿qué pasa? I don't actually know what that means. Guys, I speak Spanish now. Having her is fantastic. I come home to a clean house and I am happier. Love that for you. I also like cleanliness. I like things to be clean. I don't like seeing little dust bunnies everywhere. My kids have more time to study and do extracurriculars. They still have chores and they are still expected to clean up after themselves. Sounds like a win-win to me. My husband came to me last time I was home and said we should cut back on the service when I'm home. That I should be doing more housework. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's he doing?
Absolutely nothing.
He can't do the housework? We've got a working woman here making lots of money. That kind of thinking only works if you're the breadwinner and she's staying home all day, doesn't have a job. He thinks that we are wasting money. I wouldn't say that, bestie. To me, having a clean house and having good mental health because your space is clean is a worthy expense. It could be a luxury in some people's eyes, but to me, it's a worthy expense. I said that I work 14 days in a row and those are 13-hour days. Ooh, definitely not coming home and cleaning after that. Yes, it's mostly paperwork, but his job as a teacher isn't much more physically challenging. I said that I could offer him 2 options. If he wanted, we can get completely rid of the service and him and the kids can make sure the house is in good shape when I get home. Or he could pay me my hourly rate and do extra housework when I'm on my days off. I think that's totally fair. He is upset with me and says I'm being financially manipulative. No, bestie, he's weaponizing incompetence against you. I think if he and the kids actually did what they're supposed to do when I'm away, none of this would be an issue. She's got a point. Having a cleaning lady there all the time, like, it definitely could be expensive. However, my issue is that he expects her to take on the duties of the cleaner and to come home and clean up after everybody else after she's been working for 13 hours. No, that's not going to happen. Either contribute or shut the f up. I know how I feel about this, but let's see what Reddit had to say. So you can afford it. Everything gets done. Everybody has free time. No one has to do stuff they don't want to do. There aren't any fights over it. I mean, there really is no downside and everybody wins. Him getting upset because you said if the maid goes, he'll have to do his fair share is very telling, right? It'd be one thing if he was like, okay, we're wasting money, I will contribute more. But no, he's saying he wants you to do the housework. You're not home to make the messes, but you're supposed to work that much and come home and clean up after him just because he wants to save money while getting to sit on his ass. People like your husband always reinforce my decision to stay single, not the a-hole. People are getting a little upset about this one, and rightfully so. I feel like this resonates with a lot of people. Not the a-hole, he's free to clean the house he lives in. Damn right. You offered a great solution, one that benefits everybody. I think that that's like a fair expense. If that's what makes you happy, coming home to a clean house after a long day at work, if that's what makes you happy, then that's a fair expense. I'm sorry, you both work demanding jobs. You're sometimes requiring you to travel, but you should be taking care of the housework. Why? Because you're the wife? For f***'s sakes, it's 2024. You're both adults. You co-manage the household. If he wants the place cleaner, he can either help clean or pay for a cleaner. Pretending his wife is a maidservant is not an option, not the a-hole. All right, I'm gonna agree with Reddit on this one. Like, it is a little controversial. Some of you are gonna get upset, but I don't care.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and background play. So you can watch videos while reading, searching, shopping. Try 1 month free.
Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not letting my wife hijack a free vacation? Ooh, we got a lot of entitlement in this video. One of my 39 male hobbies is entering raffles, sweepstakes, radio contests, etc. I've won tickets to concerts, sporting events, some household items, gift cards, but never a grand prize like a car or vacation. I've never tried to win anything like that because I just feel like there's such a small chance. But maybe everybody else feels that way and they're not actually entering things, which would increase the likelihood of winning. Until last month when I won a free trip for 4 to Florida for 5 nights. Obviously, I was super excited and I told my wife, 38 female, about it right away. After our initial excitement wore off and we started talking about details, it became apparent that we had conflicting ideas about this trip. Before I could even make suggestions about what I want this trip to be, my wife brought up how excited her 11-year-old daughter would be and how we could go to Disney, SeaWorld, etc. She then said we can bring her mom to help watch her daughter so that we could have some time for ourselves. Oh, okay. I mean, it's a suggestion, but you don't have to take that suggestion if that's not what you want to do. Not everybody wants to hang out with their mother-in-law. She was so excited about it and was getting wrapped up in planning things without even hearing what I wanted. I told her, all of that sounds fun, but I was thinking we can invite another couple and have it be an adult-only trip instead of bringing my stepdaughter and mother-in-law with. I mean, it is your trip. Like, maybe we could have also included the daughter in the planning, but at the end of the day, it is something that you won, not something that she won. She did not like my idea idea one bit and told me that she wouldn't feel right taking a free trip like that and leaving her daughter behind. I guess that's also fair. She said that her mom has never been to Florida and this would be a perfect opportunity for her to go there. We argued back and forth a little bit before deciding to take a break and come back to it before telling anyone about it. It is interesting that instead of wanting to take your family, you kind of wanted to take another couple. Maybe you just really needed, you know, an adult trip, not necessarily a trip that's about someone else's kid, who's also kind of your kid, but I digress. Well, that lasted about 24 hours before my wife let it slip to her daughter that I had won a trip. Oh no. Right, so now you can't say no without telling the daughter, right? So of course, stepdaughter immediately got excited about it and started looking to all the things she wants to do. I asked my wife why she told her daughter, and she said it was an accident, which, come on. It started a fight between us and emotions got a little high. I told her she was wrong to bring her daughter into this after we agreed to wait, and that I never agreed to take stepdaughter or mother-in-law on this trip. I told her I was the one who won the trip and she was acting like this was something specifically for her. Yeah, it's the entitlement for me. It's a little entitled, what the wife is doing. She told me I was being selfish and that we should include those closest to us in something like this, especially whether neither stepdaughter or mother-in-law have been to Florida. She said that bringing another couple and leaving her daughter home would be cruel, especially now that she's so excited about it. Ah, there it is. There it is. How convenient. I told her that her daughter is only excited about it because she decided to blab about it instead of waiting like we had agreed. I told her if she wants to bring her daughter and mother-in-law, then she can pick someone else to go with because I would rather stay home by myself than go on a vacation where I don't get to be involved in any of the decisions. I said that if she wants to go that route, she certainly can, but I'm not paying for any of it. We have separate finances. Ooh, another one, eh? Interesting. Now she thinks I'm being a jerk and should be happy about having a free family trip. You're not a jerk because you don't want to pay for that. Edit, the trip is to Fort Myers, not Orlando. I think that's like a 3-hour drive. You're closer to Naples than you are to Orlando. Hey, if you end up going, make sure you check out the Blue Martini. Shit is lit on a Saturday night. I think maybe a way to kind of cool the jets a little bit is if you want an adult-only trip with your wife, you take an adult-only trip, and then maybe, you know, down the line, you can plan a trip to Disney World with your stepdaughter and your mother-in-law. It's your trip at the end of the day, and you're deciding what you want to do with it. Not the a-hole. While I see both sides of the coin, what it comes down to is that you won the trip. You should get to decide how it's used. I would certainly be bummed if my spouse won a trip and then wanted to take it without me, but that's not what's happening here. And I think your wife's insistence on controlling this and her judgment of you for not having the same vision of the trip are really unfair. I agree. That makes a lot of sense. I think that if she wants to plan a trip like that, then maybe she should try and enter a contest or maybe save up for that sort of thing. It's not like it's a never thing. It's not like you can never go to Florida. It's just like for this particular trip, maybe the husband kind of wants it to be, you know, a little bit of a break instead of a trip to Disney World where the mother-in-law is there and it's more about the child than it is about you. Because that's what happens, right? If you're going to Disney World, granted, I love Disney World as an adult, but like, if that's not the vibe, it's not the vibe. You aren't a bad person or a bad stepfather for wanting to take an adult trip. Lots of couples do this. It's not cool of her to act like you're crappy for having another idea. I mean, she should have heard you out before she decided what she wanted to do with that trip. It can be a collaborative thing, but at the end of the day, it's not her trip. And I agree with you, it was especially out of line for her to tell her daughter, accidentally or not, about the trip, because she knew that would make it harder on you. Really not cool. It's not an accident. It's a little manipulative. The other thing that stands out to me is how you initially only refer to your stepdaughter as your wife's daughter. And I noticed that too, which is why I was like, interesting choice of words. I don't know if it's your child, like maybe you could be kind of considering that, at least for the future. She clearly thinks of her daughter first in these scenarios and maybe you don't, right? Probably because it's not your child. I'm sure if you had a child, you would think of them first. Interesting that you chose her daughter as a way to describe it. Yeah, and there's a lot of people in this Reddit thread that are kind of like saying it's kind of weird that you're marrying someone and your initial thought is not to include the daughter when you're making like trip plans. It's gonna be hard for you to find a way to put up your daughter while you're away. You're gonna have to find a babysitter, etc., which is an additional expense. You know, I kind of see both sides of this as well. At the end of the day though, it is his choice what he wants to do. It's just like whether or not he's being an a-hole. I'm gonna leave that up to you. You let me know how you feel. Subscribe!
Design, develop, scale, repeat. Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises.
I trust Secret with these pits and everywhere else. With aluminum-free Secret whole body deodorant for 72-hour freshness.
Because it was reviewed by not just one, but hundreds of gynecologists.
And dermatologists. Plus, it's gentle.
So I can use it everywhere. Secret whole body deodorant.
Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some entitled people on Am I the A-hole that went to court. All rise for the Honorable Judge Charlotte. You may be seated. Would I be the a-hole for suing my daughter-in-law? Settle down! I will not have unruliness in my courtroom! For context, they aren't married. Referring to her as daughter-in-law, it's just easier for the sake of storytelling. Okay, noted. Our son and daughter-in-law, 26-year-old, have been together for 2 years and live together. We've always thought she's a very nice girl and she seems to make my son happy, so no problem for us. Our son has his own law firm that he's currently trying to get started. Wow, a law firm at 26? Good job, good job. We're very proud of him and we're fortunate enough to help him with a startup loan.
My father gave me a small loan of $1 million.
Daughter-in-law works a retail job that she's very happy with. Some time ago, husband and I were over at their apartment and we decided to order some food. Husband and I wanted to pay. And since daughter-in-law were ordering from her phone, we gave her our credit card so she could draw the money from our account. Ooh. We thought this goes without saying, this was to draw an amount once for the lunch. However, daughter-in-law apparently put our card into her Apple Pay and has been using it since. Oh! Absolutely not. It does go without saying. It does. And how dumb do you have to be to take somebody's credit card number and start using it? You know that they can see that you're using it, right? We didn't notice for some months.
Huh?
Okay, guys, we need to be checking our credit cards, okay? This is like, it goes without saying, I think. But let's make sure we're checking our credit cards, okay? But recently, saw withdrawals that we didn't recognize. We had our accountant look into it and he discovered that 1, daughter-in-law has been using our card on her phone, and that 2, she spent around $17,000. Okay, it's not your fault, but like, how the hell did you not notice the $17,000 was missing? Was it just little charges here and there? Like it just added up? Oh, y'all are rich, okay. We were quite shocked and called her up and asked why the hell she's been using our card. She got very defensive, tried to deny it. Okay, but there's literally proof. And eventually said she was entitled to it. No, you're not. That's not how that works. And why do we care since we haven't noticed her use it over 4 months? Just because someone doesn't notice that you're stealing from them doesn't give you the right to steal from them.
Well, you didn't notice, so it's your fault.
Imagine that. Oh my. Imagine just like committing murder and feeling like,
oh, well, I thought I was allowed to because I didn't get caught.
We told her she needed to pay us back immediately or we'd report her actions for theft. Yeah, and your son and her need to break up too. That's messed up. Tell me they broke up. Please tell me. She apparently doesn't have the money to pay us back. Okay, well, then go to jail. Go to jail! We've gone to our son and he's offered to pay us back even though he cannot afford to. This isn't about the money for us, but more about the fact that she's stolen a huge amount of money. While we are comfortable and it took us time to notice, we still recognize the seriousness of stealing $17,000 USD. You don't need to justify it, babes. Just because you have money does not give everybody the right to take it. Our son has completely dismissed her behavior and excused it as being stressed. Absolutely not. No, break up now. It's only a matter of time before she steals from him, too. She's taken no responsibility, and we're honestly wanting to go forward with the police report to teach her consequences to her actions. Would we be the a-hole for doing this? No. No, absolutely not. You would not. Sorry, that's just my initial read on this. Oof. I'm getting a little heated. I'm getting a little passionate. I will be honest, it's a little odd that you didn't notice the $17,000 was being charged to your card. It was probably little things here and there. But at the same time, and this is a lesson for everybody, you should be checking your credit card, like at all times. Because it's like, yeah, okay, so it's $17,000 over a long period of time. Those little charges add up. Not the a-hole, $17,000 in theft is $17,000 in theft. I actually think that's like grand larceny. Like anything over 10K is like, you go to jail. Inexcusable behavior on her part. Don't sue, just report her to the cops. Opie can and should do both. One, because her actions are criminal, and the second, to recover her money, not the a-hole. It is possible that the card was charged a second time and she didn't notice and she had to go and like fix it. But 17K, and she's aware of it. She's fully aware that she's doing this. And guess what? We have an update. We were utterly and completely shocked with our son's nonchalant way of handling this and at a loss. We desperately wanted to fight for our son, but since initial confrontation, he has been avoiding us. God, I wonder how she justified it to him. Like, I just don't get it. How can you justify stealing $17,000 from your boyfriend's parents? We decided we would take the advice and call the police to press charges. However, we wanted to let our son know before doing so. Husband and I decided to show up at his office since he'd been ignoring our calls and texts. I know this might sound boundary crossing to some, but we desperately wanted to talk to our son. Initially, he got angry and asked us to leave, but he calmed down and agreed to hear us out. We told him our side of the story, and to say the least, he was shocked. Right, so she was telling him a lie. He apologized profusely, cried a little, and begged for forgiveness. He told us he was blinded by love, working 14 hours a day, and under the impression we had gifted his girlfriend the money. Did she not think that you guys would like talk? His girlfriend had apparently told him that we wanted to spoil her as our future daughter-in-law and that we gave her carte blanche to buy herself nice things as a way to welcome her to the family.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And the site is live.
That we opened a store and need a fast checkout stage.
Thanks. You're all set.
That count it up and ship it around the globe stage.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that, wait, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
Right. How's that going for you? You still in that family? And that we'd since changed our minds on spoiling her, and now we wanted all the money back knowing she can't afford it. She had told him we did this as a manipulative way to force her out of his life to try and control him. Kind of sounds like she's trying to control him, TBH. He was also under the impression she spent maybe $3,000 to $5,000 and not $17,000. He was livid and actually was the one who in the end convinced us to pursue legal action. He actually helped us call the police right then and there at his office after our talk. Yay! He's a lawyer. Like, there's no way in hell that he's not smart enough to realize that this person is not right for him. She's a criminal. She's literally a criminal with no remorse. We then went with him home and helped him pack up all her stuff before she came home. She wasn't on the lease, living rent free. Oh. All kinds of red flags, eh? So kicking her out was no issue. We offered to stay with him for the blow up, but he wanted to handle it on his own. From what he's told us, she didn't take it lightly, right? Because you took away her free meal ticket. She probably thought she hit the jackpot. Rich parents that she can steal from, lawyer boyfriend, she lives rent-free in his house. She's like, I'm gonna ride this little wave. So our son's ex has now been pressed with charges and we are waiting further information. Like some of you have pointed out, it is a sufficient amount and she's been pressed with criminal charges. Our bank has also been informed and we're likely to get our money back. Good. Yes. Oh, love a redemption arc. Love it. She blew up on the entire family, but no one but our other daughter-in-law is taking her side. Other daughter-in-law is a whole other story for another time perhaps, but we are now glad to officially announce that we are thief-free in the family. Hooray! You are not the a-holes, my dear. Congratulations. I love this top comment. So our son's ex has now been pressed with charges. Good. Am I the a-hole for taking my niece to court over a coat? I, 28 female, have a niece, 16 female. She is my sister's only child. 2 years ago, I married a very wealthy man, 34 male, and because of the pandemic, last Christmas was my first with my in-laws. My mother-in-law gifted me a coat that is worth more than $20,000. What's that coat made out of, girl? $20K for a coat? Holy cannoli. I saw her wearing it. I asked her where she bought it and she said it would be my Christmas gift from her. Oh, okay. Yeah, she rich too. Oh, you like it? Here. I love people like that though. Like there's people in my family that like, I'll compliment something that they're wearing and then sure enough, they just like, take it. Oh, you like this? Oh, it's yours now. I didn't know how much it was. I knew it was expensive, but I thought maybe $3,000 at most. I was visiting my sister-in-law last January when my niece saw it. She Googled the brand and showed me how much it really was. I won't lie, I didn't wear it after that because I was afraid of ruining it. Yeah, that's the thing, a $20,000 coat, I don't know, like, where can you wear that? Like the opera? I would just put it in a frame, honestly, just like hang it. Last week, I wore it while visiting my sister, and while I was putting it back on to leave, I felt something go splat on my back.
Bounty Mega Roll. 4 rolls in 1.
Get long, strong hair without spending $60. Pantene Infinite Lengths with biotin and collagen.
What? I thought you were gonna say she stole it. Then my niece started cackling and the smell of paint hit me. Oh, that's messed up. That's evil. I was so pissed off while she was not apologetic at all. 16 years old. Oh yeah, is that the age? That's the age. There's no excuse for that behavior, but like makes sense. Her mom screamed at her and said she was grounded. Then she said she will pay for the dry cleaning. Paint? I don't know about that, bestie. I don't know if that's coming out. While I was in my car, still in shock by the way, I got an alert that my niece posted a reel. It was of her doing a prank on me, and she said, I'm gonna hit my aunt's $20,000 coat with paint-filled balloon to see how she reacts. God, I swear this generation is so messed up. They are so obsessed with TikTok and Instagram. They are forgetting how to human. Like they see this stuff happening on social media and they think,
oh, that's so funny. I'm gonna do that too.
Do y'all, okay, listen, for the young people watching, you know that half those pranks on social media are fake, right? Like they have prior permission to do the thing that they do in the video. Yeah, that's what's happening. In case you can't discern what's acting and what isn't. Pranks on social media are fake. I saved it on my phone, sent it to her mom and told her that a week's grounding is not enough. She did not reply, but I saw that my niece took it down. It got less than 5 views by then. Oh, that's even worse. Honestly, that's so embarrassing. You ruined a $20,000 coat for 5 views. Cativa! The next day, I found out my coat cannot be saved. So I called my sister and told her that her daughter has to pay it back. Well, we got into an argument and she says that they will not be paying it. And if I wanted a new one, I should get my husband to buy it for me. No. That was a gift. Honestly, throw them both away. Like, actually, are you like, I get $20,000 is a lot for a coat. Like, not everybody can afford it. However, that does not give you the right to ruin it and not have to pay to get it back, to pay for a new one, or to pay to get it fixed. I think they should pay for it. They can afford it too. Oh, okay, so they can afford it. In my opinion, they should sell my niece's car and pay me back my money. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, a week's grounding is not gonna be punishment enough to stop this kid from doing this again. We did not reach an agreement, so I told my sister that I will be suing, and I reminded her that I have video evidence that her daughter A did it on purpose for online clout and B knew exactly how expensive it was. Wow. Yeah, I'm surprised that she's even like fighting you on this because like from a legal perspective, you have everything you need to get the money back. People in my life are not objective at all. I have some calling me an a-hole and some saying they are the a-holes for not buying me a new one. And some so obsessed with the price of the coat that they're calling me an a-hole for simply owning it and wanting a new one. Okay, first of all, it's not like you purchased it, okay? It was a gift that I'm sure that you probably really, really loved and cherished. I guess you were kind of right to not want to be wearing it, but to be fair, who could have predicted that someone would have just taken like a paint balloon and splattered all over it just for the fun of it? Edit, sorry for not making it clearer. My coat was bought new, just identical to my mother-in-law's. Okay, noted. I'm not sure if that changes anything, but like, it's still a gift. All right, so I'm gonna say not the a-hole, but as always, we're gonna pop down into the comments to see what Reddit had to say. Not the a-hole, she ruined a $20,000 coat. She wasn't even apologetic. That's the crazy thing to me. It's one thing to accidentally ruin it and be super, super apologetic, but it's another thing to ruin it on purpose. One time I was out with a friend and I accidentally knocked her as we were walking down the street and she dropped her very expensive purse on the ground and it like cracked. Like it was a plastic bag and it cracked. And I was just so unbelievably distraught that I had done this because it was like a vintage collectible item. And like, I don't really know if you could have fixed it at all. Like it wasn't totally shattered, but like there was definitely like a crack in it. And this literally ruined my night. Like I was so upset for her and for me. I offered to pay to get it fixed. Turns out I don't think that you can get it fixed. But like to not even be sorry, that is just so foreign to me. Like that you're like an alien. And the funny thing is that like when I went to a party afterward and I was so upset that I had mentioned it to a couple of people at the party because they asked me what was wrong. And I told them, oh, you know, like I damaged my friend's like really, you know, expensive like $15,000 purse. And they were like,
well, that's her fault for owning a $15,000 purse.
And I was like, no, it's not. It's my fault. It is not her fault. It's like you get your car stolen. It's like, well, that's your fault for owning a car. Shouldn't have owned a car then. She ruined a $20,000 coat for a prank video. For a 16-year-old, she's been acting a lot like a 6-year-old. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to me how kids kids obsess over going viral. Like they actually obsess over it. So do adults, honestly. I know a few people who get obsessed with it. But the fact that like kids can't discern what is a prank and what is like a paid prank, I blame social media. There have always been teenagers who are idiots. This is not a new thing. Okay, fair enough. It's not social media's fault. Just teenagers are idiots. You are? Oh, wait. Sorry. 1 second. We are not finished yet. We have an update. So here's a quick update since the situation has been resolved. When my husband got home, I told him what happened and showed him the video. He asked if I spoke with my brother-in-law and I said no. All my conversations were with my sister. He said that he will take care of it. Now, a disclaimer, I understand nothing when it comes to insurance claims, and this is what my husband told me / I understood happened. My husband talked with my brother-in-law and told him exactly what happened and showed him the prank video. Then he told him that the coat was insured and that we will be filing a claim and submitting the video, and we might have to file charges for the claim. He assured him that he would be dropping the charges. We do not want to send niece to jail. He then told him that one of two things might happen. After our insurance pays us, they will come after them. If their insurance pays, their premium will skyrocket. If it doesn't, they might sue them and might get a lien on their house. Ooh, that's a pickle. If they don't want to pay you, then the insurance company will come after them. Smart to get it insured. That's very, very smart. My brother-in-law asked if there's a way he could pay us without involving insurance. Oh yeah, funny how that worked out. My husband told him that was what we wanted at first, but my sister insisted they will not be paying us back. Apparently, my brother-in-law was not in the know, and he was very pissed off at what my niece did and my sister's response. So they came to this resolution. My niece's car will be sold. Goody, goody, goody. Oh God. That is honestly a perfect punishment. Otherwise, she's never going to learn. And if it doesn't fetch the whole compensation money, she will have to get a job and pay me the whole check until it is paid off. Also, she's grounded for the rest of the school year. I am thankful for the people who encouraged me to talk to my husband. Well, I didn't do that. I'm not smart enough to tell you that, but I'm glad that you did. I agree that it would have been a lot to send her to jail. She is a kid. She definitely needed to be grounded for a lot longer than a week. And the fact that your sister didn't really see it as that much of a problem, send her to jail, honestly. 30 years in prison! I'm really curious about what this coat was. You are not the a-hole, my dear. Case closed. Court is adjourned. Subscribe!
Want to know a secret? More than just my armpits stink. That's why I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant everywhere.
4 out of 5 gynecologists would recommend Whole Body Deodorant, which gives you 72-hour odor protection from your pits to your
Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Incoming dishes!
Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease in half the time.
The better grease getter.
Hi, I'm Rachel. Before we dive into this whirlwind of a story, please like and subscribe for more tales from my life. Now, let's get into it. The sun was just setting, casting a golden glow through my kitchen window as I put the final touches on a meal for one. Life had settled into a comforting routine since the divorce. 2 years of healing had transformed the space around me and the scars within. My phone buzzed, slicing through the quiet hum of the evening. I smiled as I saw Lisa's name light up the screen. Rachel, guess what? I'm getting married. I want you to be my maid of honor. Her excitement was infectious. I was genuinely happy for her, especially after all those nights she'd spent consoling me over ice cream and bad movies. But there was something in her voice. a hesitation that suggested she was holding back. That's amazing, Lisa, but you sound a bit off. Is everything okay? There was a pause. It's a whirlwind thing. I promise to tell you everything soon. Can you come over next week for the party? You'll meet him then? Curiosity piqued. I agreed, though puzzled by her secrecy. The following week dragged on, but finally, it was time to learn more about this mystery man. On a whim, I decided to drop by Lisa's place the night before the party, armed with bridal magazines and a bottle of wine. As I approached her cozy apartment, laughter echoed from inside, a laugh chillingly familiar. My heart sank as I paused by the window, the sight inside stopping me cold. There, on the couch, was Lisa, her head thrown back in laughter, snuggled up against Jack, my ex-husband. The same Jack whose betrayal had once torn my world apart. Frozen, I watched as Lisa playfully tapped Jack on the nose, both of them radiating a happiness that once was mine. Rings gleamed on their fingers, a stark reminder of the vows Jack and I had shared and broken. The realization hit like a physical blow. My best friend, my confidant, was marrying the man who had shattered my life. I stumbled back, the magazines and wine forgotten. The drive home was a blur, my mind racing. How could Lisa, who had seen me at my lowest, who had cursed Jack along with me, do this? The betrayal cut deeper than any wound Jack had inflicted. That night, alone in the dark, I replayed every moment, every conversation. Had there been signs, moments I had missed? The pain of the divorce resurfaced, mingling with a fresh sense of betrayal. Lisa's earlier excitement on the phone now felt like a mockery. As dawn broke, I knew sleep would elude me. I had to make a choice: confront them, withdraw quietly, or attend the party, acting as if my heart hadn't been ripped out again. With the party looming, I made my decision. I would go, not for closure, but for answers. As much as it hurt, I needed to see this through. Maybe then I could understand why. "I'll see you at the party, Lisa," I texted, my hands trembling. No mention of what I saw. I would save that confrontation for another time, face to face. The hours leading up to the pre-engagement gathering were heavy with anticipation and dread. As I drove to Lisa's place, the streets were quiet, mirroring the turmoil inside me. My mind replayed every moment with Jack, the love that had slowly turned to disappointment and pain. Lisa had been my anchor through the stormy end of my marriage, always there with a comforting word or a distraction. Parking outside, I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Inside, the house was warmly lit, laughter and music spilling out as I opened the door. The sight of Lisa and Jack together, playing the perfect couple, made my heart clench. I greeted a few familiar faces, my smile practiced and hollow, before making my way to them. "Congrats, you two," I managed, my voice steady despite the chaos inside. "Rachel, we're so glad you could make it," Lisa said, pulling me into a hug that felt like a betrayal itself. "Can we talk? In private?" My eyes locked with hers, serious and pleading. We stepped into Lisa's study, the noise from the party muffled by the closed door. Jack followed, his expression unreadable. "I saw you two before you announced your engagement. Why didn't you tell me, Lisa? How long has this been going on?" Lisa glanced at Jack, then back at me, her voice soft. "It happened fast, Rachel. We didn't know how to tell you." "Fast?" My laugh was bitter. "Is that supposed to make it better? You, of all people, knew what he did to me. How could you?" "I love him, Rachel. I never meant to hurt you," Lisa replied, her eyes welling up. "And you, Jack? Do you even care about the damage you've caused?" I turned to him, anger flaring. "I was unhappy with you, Rachel. That doesn't mean I want you to suffer," Jack said, his tone defensive. "Unhappy? You cheated, Jack. You lied. And now you're doing this with my best friend?" My voice rose, sharp and accusing. "We didn't plan this, Rachel. It just happened," Jack added, trying to reach out to me. I stepped back, shaking my head. "Just happened? That's your excuse?" The room was thick with tension, each of us caught in a web of old hurts and new betrayals. "I trusted you, Lisa, more than anyone. And you?" I turned to Jack. "You're the last person I'd ever want to see hurt her." "Rachel, No, Lisa. I don't think I can stand beside you at your wedding. Not to him. I need honesty. I need friends who choose me, not my leftovers." I interrupted, the finality in my voice surprising even me. After I started by digging through old messages and emails, anything that showed Jack's past behavior. There were plenty, moments where Lisa had consoled me over actions she was now seemingly blind to in her own relationship. My next step was to reach out to a couple of our mutual friends, ones I knew had their own grievances with Jack. "Hey, it's Rachel. We need to talk about Jack. Can you meet?" The messages were sent, and soon I was sitting down with Tara and Evan, both of whom had been on the receiving end of Jack's manipulations in the past. "I can't believe Lisa is marrying him after everything," Tara said, shaking her head as we gathered in my living room. The air was thick with a mix of support and shock. "I know. That's why I think we need to do something. We can't let Lisa go through with this without knowing everything. Are you with me?" I laid out my plan, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, but also their underlying support. "What do you need from us?" Evan asked, his tone serious. He had been one of Jack's close friends until a betrayal split them apart. "I need anything you have on Jack. Messages, emails, any proof of his past behaviors. We gather everything and make sure everyone who needs to see it does before the wedding." My voice was steady, the plan forming more solidly with their nods of agreement. Over the next few days, our group, now a small coalition, worked tirelessly. We compiled a dossier of sorts, evidence of Jack's misdeeds, his manipulations, and the pain he had caused. Tara and Evan brought their own contributions, stories, and digital receipts that painted a damning picture. The final step was to decide how to present this information. It needed to be public, undeniable, and it needed to be soon. We decided on the engagement party. It would be the perfect moment, with all eyes on Jack and Lisa.
In moments of crisis, it's often a four-legged hero in a uniform that jumps into action. See these brave canine units turn chaos into calm, catching intense takedowns on camera. They show us that sometimes the best rescues come from dogs with wagging tails. Here are the 7 craziest canine takedowns caught on camera. On October 14th, 2022, in Brookhaven, Georgia, police spotted a car that refused to stop, triggering a high-speed chase through Metro Atlanta. The pursuit ended with the arrest of Elijah Jennings, a 28-year-old from Philadelphia wanted for a May 2022 murder in Pennsylvania. Initially, the driver stopped and got out, but Jennings jumped into the driver's seat and sped off. Several pit maneuvers were performed until Jennings crashed his vehicle and was captured by Brookhaven PD's K9, Bain. Jennings sustained minor injuries and was booked into the DeKalb County Detention Center. There's no information yet on when he will be sent back to Philadelphia.
Hey Thomas, do you want to stay here or do you stay here?
Hold on right here, I'm behind you on access road.
33, we'll just come back.
No, he's ready to pull out. I don't know. I'll be able to get in front of this car.
Are you behind him?
Yeah, I got a car between me and him.
All right, we got a unit, 1 car behind him.
Yeah, I'm behind here.
All right, he's behind
him. The unit told him to stop. Sheila, they did say 2 people got in it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Where you at?
Access North Druid.
You said what?
Access Road, coming up on North Druid Hills, making a right, making a right on North Druid.
can see him. He's got a black hoodie. I can't see. Keep your hands up on the wheel. You just gonna call it? We got traffic on me. Hands out the window. Both of them. Taking my foot check on whole traffic. North South West Road. How many people? Hey, 10-0, man.
Get passenger truck coming out.
Black Chevy Blazer, Pennsylvania tag, Kilo Lima, Tango 6-1. Keep your hands out the window. Got it. You getting out? Driver, step out. Step out. Yes.
Driver, step out.
Keep your hands up.
Hands visible, buddy.
The police kept track of the suspects during the high-speed chase, not letting them escape. Ultimately, the suspects were forced to stop at a traffic signal, surrounded by traffic in all directions. It was clear they had no other options left but to surrender, and that's when the unexpected happened.
Hands up. Come to me. Hey, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Hey.
Move. Move. Go.
20 on tagging route.
道を極めた者がたどり着く場所はいつも同じだ。時代が変わろうともそこに至るまでの道のりが違おう。
Watch out for pedestrians.
Along with several pit maneuvers, heavy traffic played a crucial role in breaking Jennings' momentum. Despite being hit by a police car, Jennings refused to give up and continued driving at an extremely high speed. However, the officers were determined and eventually stopped Jennings' car after multiple attempts. Well, it was time for the police K9 to perform his duty now.
moving them. Which one? This one? Yeah, I still gotta get in the rest of these pockets. Yep. This is still got shit. I got you. Roll them toward me.
Yes, 2475, finish truck, 2475, finish truck.
All right, roll them towards you. You went out the passenger side, I bailed the dog down the dog bag. Yeah. I couldn't get a pit. There was too many cars. Well, it's pedestrians too. So I was trying to just block him, push him over. There. What about you?
The canine approached the suspect fearlessly, and one good bite was enough to stop Jennings from resisting any further. He was soon surrounded by officers who quickly overpowered, handcuffed, and searched him for weapons, drugs, or any other illegal items. For Jennings, it was clearly a day that couldn't get any worse.
Clear? Nope. We're good. We can stand him up. Did a better search. Sit him up. Yep. Sit up. Hey, I'm gonna go secure my car. I don't know if I can even. Right there, yeah. I don't know if I can even close the door, honestly. I hit a pole. Yeah, so I was gonna pit him again, but there were so many cars and pedestrians, I didn't want to send him spinning. So I just tried to push him. And then I ended up hitting the pole with my front left. Well, Elijah, you're going back to Philly. Yeah, I'm good. It rocked a little bit with that pole. I don't think I'm going home yet. I don't think so. When we stand him up, I want to go inside his jacket. Okay. Hey, you want to put him in Richie's car? You want to put him in Richie's car? All right. Are you double locked or not? They're not. They're just on. Side over there. One more time. It goes empty. Okay, you good? That's why I didn't. That's why. I didn't know if you saw the pedestrians. I saw everybody. I was like, You did double lock, right? Yep. Nope. Sit up. Put your foot in.
Yeah, help me sit up.
You'll fit. I fit bigger people than you. Nope. It's not how it works. Don't lay down. I think I need a new car. Yes? Huh? Did you get it? When you bounced off that curb, you hit my driver door. I know. I hit the pole with my front left side. I'll come in the car. So what you're saying is
Elijah Jennings, 28, of Philadelphia, was taken into custody on charges of murder and illegal firearm possession. Well, just like him, there's someone else who thought they could escape from the cops. In La Mesa, California, on January 16, 2021, an intense police chase unfolded, capturing the attention of onlookers and officers alike. It all began when a La Mesa officer attempted to stop a male driver for a traffic violation. Instead of pulling over, the driver sped off, heading westbound on El Cajon Boulevard, running multiple red lights. The chase intensified as the suspect hopped onto the southbound I-15 before switching to the northbound I-5. Near Gilman Drive, the CHP deployed a spike strip, which successfully punctured the car's tires. Despite this, the determined driver continued driving on the car's rims.
That's lethal.
Out the left window. Driver. Take your gear out the left window. Can you open the door? Open the driver door.
What's the name on the 28?
The pursuit reached a critical point when the driver exited at Del Mar Heights Road and headed east. Here, a CHP officer performed multiple pit maneuvers, spinning the suspect's vehicle each time. In a desperate move, the driver began driving the wrong way on the westbound lanes. The chase finally ended just west of Carmel County Road, where officers continually commanded the driver to surrender.
Hey, try using Devin.
Devin, place your hands out the window, the driver's side window. Take both hands and place them out the driver's side window, Devin. Devin, if you do not comply, we're going to use the K9. Final warning. Place your hands out the left window.
All right, less lethal. Let dog go.
Devin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Consider this your sign to stock up on signage. Because right now at Vistaprint, all signs are 20% off, so you can bring in business with durable banners, make your message stand out with yard signs, or stop them in their tracks with retractable banners. If you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Devin, this is your last chance. If you do not give up now, the police officer will release. I don't think you want to get bit by a dog. Put your left hand out the window. Slowly. Heads up. Hands up. Slowly get out of the vehicle. Place your hands up and slowly get out of the vehicle. Hands up. Place your hands up in the air. Face away from us. Hands up. Face away from us. Hands up. Clear. Comply with our commands and you will not get bit by a dog. Devin, just listen to us. Place your hands up.
Get out of the car! Get your hands up! Get your hands up! Get your hands up! Hold your hands up in the air! Step away from the car, you're gonna get bit by a dog! If you're what we tell you, you're fine. Just turn around.
After deploying shotgun beanbags to break the car windows, the driver eventually emerged, but still resisted arrest. A K9 officer was sent in, prompting the suspect to jump on the car's roof and hood before making a futile attempt to escape. Well, as you saw, he was quickly apprehended and transported to Scripps La Jolla Hospital for treatment of his injuries, thanks to the canine dog who helped grab the suspect when he was running.
What's your last name? What's your birthday? What's your birthday? Remember what? What's your birthday? My officer's asking.
In the end, the suspect faced multiple charges for traffic violations and a vehicle pursuit. Well, if you think only a man can dare to do this, you're wrong. Up next is a woman who led a high-speed chase. On October 4th, 2023, Wauwatosa police responded to a retail theft at Dick's Sporting Goods in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. An officer quickly located the suspect's vehicle and initiated a traffic stop, but the suspect fled, sparking a high-speed chase. Minutes into the pursuit, the suspect pulled over, prompting the officer to call for backup and deploy stop sticks. One officer approached the vehicle, requesting the suspect roll down the windows, while another positioned the stop sticks. Suddenly, the suspect accelerated, restarting the chase. The pursuit culminated in a dramatic crash on 84th Street. 3 individuals fled the vehicle and a pursuit started with the officers searching the nearby neighborhood with the help of a K-9 unit. The K-9 successfully tracked down the primary suspect hiding behind garbage cans, leading to his arrest.
57 miles per hour. Looks like we're exiting Capitol.
We're exiting Capitol.
Ready for a new pursuit right now. Going eastbound Capitol.
Hold on, Happy. 146 on plate is Adam 4645, negative turn, 2020 to Camry Grace, Holler, let's go, Derek.
10-4. We're still eastbound Capitol, speeds. I think we're stopped right now, about the 110 block of Capitol. Foot's still on the brake. I don't know if they're going to keep going. They're behind a single vehicle. 146. I'll wait for another vehicle to come in case I exit and they take off again. Again, we're eastbound Capitol, about the 110 block.
10-4. You have 115, 160 coming.
10-4. One just wants to set up sticks ahead of us, just in case. 146.
146.
Just for info, directly in front of the suspect vehicle, there's a disabled vehicle. There's a male black standing outside. It's a black Mitsubishi. I can't see the plate on it.
The suspects mysteriously pulled over, surprising the officers and leaving them uncertain of their next move. When the suspects remained motionless, the officers decided to investigate by sending a backup officer to approach the vehicle and assess the situation.
Do you want me to approach, and then if they take off, you can go?
Sure. That works.
Do you know how many occupants or anything?
Maybe 2.
Huh?
Maybe 2. Hard to tell at the tank.
Okay. Is he set up yet?
I didn't hear him say he was set up yet.
Okay.
Looks like he's almost there.
What?
Looks like he's almost there at 102.
Okay. This lists to them, though, right?
Yeah.
Lists to a person.
It comes back to a person.
Okay.
146 to 150. Copy. 606 is going to approach. Their foot's still on the brake. And if they try to take off again, I'll follow.
Can you make announcements for them to roll down their windows?
Yep. Driver of the Camry, roll all your windows down now.
106 and 1060.
Driver of the Camry, roll your windows down now.
On 23. Set up a Grand Social Capital.
146. 606 is trying to make contact. We're not getting compliance with the driver to roll the windows down. Foot still on the brake.
10-4.
To 606. I just saw the front wheels move. You want to grab my sticks and try and slide them under the car?
Yeah.
On driver's side, in case they try and take off. $146, we got sticks in front of the vehicle right now.
10-4.
The officer directed the suspects to roll down the windows, but they remained non-compliant. Noticing the car's front wheels inching forward, the officers decided to place stop sticks to prevent an escape. However, this precaution wasn't enough. The driver reversed slightly and then sped off, starting another high-speed chase.
Reverse! Contact. And 146, vehicle's taking off again. Looks like the sticks hit. We are eastbound on Capitol. Speeds are 60. Traffic is medium. They are weaving in and out of traffic. Speeds 90, eastbound on Capitol, approaching 92. They just went through the red light. And we're still eastbound on Capitol. They're approaching 85 now. They are smoking right now. Looks like they're losing a tire. Foot bail, 3 occupants.
Well, I got 1 occupant down on the ground. Looks like a passenger took off going westbound and the driver took off going eastbound.
The high-speed chase ended with a crash on 84th Street, causing a lot of chaos. 3 people quickly ran away from the vehicle. The officers kept going, searching the nearby neighborhood for the suspect, who had no chance of hiding from the K9 unit on their trail.
Yeah, I think so. We switched to the channels as they travel from each district. Hey, get your hands up! Hands up! Hands up! You
see you behind the garbage can. Face away from me. Face away.
Face away. Show me your hands. Show me your hands.
All right, I got cover. On the knees. Let's get it.
Get on your knees. Drop down to your knees. And hold it back, buddy. My bad. Keep your hands in your back.
Please don't be little. My arm.
Hold on. Where'd you put your phone? Not bad. Too much coincidence with that animal.
What's
You have
Yeah.
just confirm that she did.
Yeah.
Contact on body camera.
Sure.
I've never walked them out.
Sure. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Can I get some water?
Okay, I just want to make sure. I see that the top was ripped. Was that? Did you get bit by the dog at all? Anywhere? No. Okay.
I just want some water.
Okay, we'll take care of that in just a second. All right. I'm just confirming that you didn't get bit. That was already there.
Hurting.
Okay. All right.
Stand up for us.
All right.
You want to continue?
We only had one going this way, so I think this is. Yep. Okay. We're gonna walk you back out to the front then. Okay. Check here for any other evidence. So what caught me was, I saw what you saw. Like, oh, he definitely is interested.
Yeah, he pulled
He's
hard,
definitely interested. And then I came around. I'm like, okay, there's nothing there, and I didn't see. I couldn't tell it's a person here.
either.
But then when I got to here, I could see what looked to be.
Because he barked, and I'm like, oh, she's barking at something.
Yeah.
I thought maybe, my bad.
Yep.
But
she was,
like I said, for the nature of the
she was
fence.
passive, on her, basically back against here, and knees out in front, sitting down. Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, it keyed us in though. At least I know. I was like, oh, is something there?
Yep. Oh man. That'll go boy.
Yeah.
Boy.
All right.
The suspect was later apprehended and faced charges for evading police and committing theft. Well, canine units never disappoint, and you can see it here in this case when the dog grabbed the running suspect. On October 10th, 2023, just after midnight, deputies from the Marion County Sheriff's Office, MCSO, responded to a commercial burglary in progress at Black Label Marine, located at 4211 Northwest Blitchton Road. An employee had received an alert from the alarm company, notifying him that an unknown man was on the property stealing an ATV valued at around $20,000. The suspect was also seen forcibly entering a pickup truck on the premises.
Here.
Do what you want, 'cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Yar, har, fiddle-dee-dee. Being a pirate is a right-to-be. Do what you want, 'cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You are a pirate. We got us a map to lead us to a hidden box that's all locked up with locks and buried deep away. We'll dig up the box. We know it's full of precious booty. Bust open the locks, and then we'll say hooray!
Yar, har, fiddle-dee-dee. If you love to sail the sea, you are a pirate.
Weigh anchor! Yar, har, fiddle-dee-dee. Being a pirate is alright with me. Do what you want, 'cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Ar, yar, ahoy in the blast. Diggity fast. In the black flag at the end of the mast. You are a pirate. We're sailing away. Adventure waits on every shore. We set sail and explore, and run and jump all day. We float on our boat until it's time to drop the anchor. Then hang up our coats until we sail again.
Yar, har, fiddle-dee-dee. If you love to sail
Wind at your back, lads, wherever you go. Blue sky above and blue ocean below. You are a pirate. You are a pirate.
Don't water your garden like this. At least that's what everyone keeps telling you. People
Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Yar har fiddle-dee-dee. Being a pirate is a right to be. Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You are a pirate. We got us a map to lead us to a hidden box that's all locked up with locks and buried deep away. We'll dig up the box. We know it's full of precious booty. Bust open the locks, and then we'll say hooray! A pirate is free. You are a pirate. Away in the past. Dinky dip fast. Hang the black flag at the end of the mast. You are a pirate. We're sailing away. Adventure waits on every shore. We set sail and explore. And Ren and Jemp all day. We float on our boat until it's time to drop the anchor. Then hang up our coats until we sail again. Being a pirate is all right with me. Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Yar har! Wind at your back, lads, wherever you go. Blue sky above and blue ocean below. You are a pirate. You are a pirate.
Just sometimes, there's a brief shower.
touch my drums.
Bounce.
There they are. You don't have time for a drum solo.
Where the fuck?
What is this place?
Home sweet. Some of the best and sweet criminals in all of the city live here. Careful, these guys will steal your balls right off you and you'll never know it.
Now you kids be careful with those fireworks.
Brawler, get the flavor. The heavy flavor.
You fucks! I hate you. I hate you both. I should fucking both. Just right now, I should fucking kill you.
They're practically family.
Family, huh?
More like distant cousins.
All right, how should we do this? Painless? Or painless? Or painful and painless? What? Or so. All right, you little fucks.
Slow and painful it is.
This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Here's Charmin Ultra Strong.
Ah.
Here's my day so far. Went to jail, lost my butt, and got lost in my butt. Pretty good, but still, things could be a lot worse.
Still, could be worse.
What the fuck going on in Miami?
How did it all come to this, you ask?
I don't know.
Open up.
What the fuck?
Good morning. Great news. I'm a changed butt, and I'm ready to reform society.
You're a fucking ass sucker, and you'll never leave. You got a present.
Is it a puppy?
From man. To count every second of your 85 life seconds. That's funny.
For years, he's been watching us with his super saving us.
Wow, okay, the stuff they make you read on air, that's unfucking believable. It's crazy.
I wrote that piece myself.
What I was trying to say was...
It's fucking bullshit.
What I was trying to say was, I can't believe that in our modern society...
Me is you, the helpless people of Metro. And at the end of every day, well, I often lose myself. I often ask myself, who would I be without me?
And you shut the fuck up. 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 I hope you die in a fire.
I often ask myself,
Was that the bite of 87?
Hey, fuck you, man!
and that's you, random citizen.
Tell you, minion, there's no place like evil lair. Oh. How do I look, minion?
Do I look bad? Like disgusting crab nuggets?
Sir, you always know what to say. Now, back to laughing.
Master Windu.
Would it kill you to wash the bag?
Are you threatening me, Master Jedi?
You can scream, oh, do you wish, Miss Chi-Chi? I'm afraid no one can hear you. What?
Well, isn't she screaming?
Miss Chi-Chi, if you don't mind.
Like this. That's a poor lady's scream.
Romania.
Don't! Stop! She's using her order skills on your weak will to find out all our secrets. What awards? What awards for what? What awards?
Let's put this old phone back in service with the new Generate background feature in Photoshop. First, we'll remove the background. Then click
You should see the look on your face right now. How would you feel if I told you there's another like me? Huh? Allow me to introduce you to my son. His name is Trunks. He too is a true Super Saiyan. He's not quite as strong as I am, but it would be hard to tell the difference between us. He has incredible power. No! How can this be? Do you understand how fruitless this is? I've been allowing you to deceive yourself, that's all. You never had a chance to win. If by some miracle you managed to get by me, Trunks would have finished you off. Face it, Cell, you took a gamble and you lost.
It doesn't make sense. How did you get all this power? Curse you!
You're the one who started this game, and now that you're losing, it's no fun anymore. You're just a big baby.
I'm a fire in my laser!
What the fuck?
Who's there?
Oh, hello there.
Look, I wouldn't stay here for more than 2 minutes and 37 seconds if I were you. We're having the wolves and seasoning removed.
Wow. As long as there's evil, good evil will give up.
Wow. I wish.
I believe someone is going to stand up to Mega.
You really think so?
Yeah, it's like they say, mayhems aren't born, they're made.
Mayhems can be made. That's it. All you need are the right ingredients.
Yeah.
Yes. Of course. Imperative. And a smidgen of oh, with that, anyone can be anyone.
Yeah.
Oh! Run. Back. Time to put the time behind the future.
Wait, what? What? Why would you do that?
So I have someone to fuck.
What?
Minion, I'm a skip-it-up without a...
Wait a minute.
What?
With no...
What?
A bullfighter with no bulls. In other words, I have no butt. Now, ask me how I'm going to do it.
How are you gonna...
Go on!
How
are you gonna do it? I'm going to give some... I don't know who yet. Man's sauce. Behold, minion. Behold, man's cake. Look closely. Tell me what you see.
Dandruff?
Yay. How did she find my hideout?
This is the only building in Mem City with a fake observatory on the roof.
Get fucked.
There's a dorm that says secret
Minion, you bitch!
I kept forgetting where it was.
She'll discover all our sauce, you deep creation of...
Mother Nature. From first-hand experience, I can tell you now she's an absolute bitch.
Oh, no, not you, Roxanne. No, I was just yelling at my mother.
Don't do anything, I'll be right there.
Right here. Roxanne!
Oh, I'm glad you're here.
Wait, how did you get here so fast?
Well, walking.
In a suit?
Uh-huh. It's called... Minion Code.
You know, the whole point of the code is...
Oh, code!
Shut the fuck up!
It's me, you... It's Daddy!
Mega. What have you done with Bernard?
Oh, Bernard? Oh, yes. I'm doing...
Horrible things. I don't want to get into it.
What the fuck are you...
Feel my legs. I said, Bubba, they ain't there.
The flames of my evil burned my bright.
Now you say something cool back in me.
Look, bite my shiny metal ass.
It doesn't look so shiny to me.
Shinier than yours, meatbag.
It's hopeless. Tell us.
Maybe we should change tracks.
You think so?
Oh,
I know everything about you. Oh, and I brought some flowers.
Take it down.
Flowers? Okay, you don't like flowers? You are lucky. Have such a great hero here. Somebody do something! Oh, right, duh! I got you!
Are you crazy?
Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A rubber room. With rats. Rats? I hate rats. They make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A rubber room with rubber bats.
Well, prepare to have your mind blown, little lady.
I'm a genetic freak!
What?
And I'm not normal!
Okay, minion, you were right. My ass was not right. We should stick to what we're good at. Be cheating. You there.
Oh, me?
Now you. Bring out the blood.
What's the fuck?
Hello there.
It's time to.
It's time to do.
It's time to go down with style. Wow.
Look. This ice has glass cubes in it.
Yes, that's what happens when water gets cold.
No, what I'm saying is don't...
Hi, my name is Markiplier, and I've never done drugs.
How did you do this? You were dead.
Are you ghost?
There had better be an amazing explanation for this.
Be apparition. Shush.
Okay. You both deserve the truth.
Cocks. Brains. My power. Your weakness is cocks.
Once your death ray hit, I've never felt so dead. Weaving Leering View. Check this out. I can see through
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
What kind of bullshit is this?
How did you do this? Oh, the people lied on you and you deserted them. You left us in the hands of him. No offense.
Fuck you.
Was that the bite? I gotta make it.
Let's put this old phone back in service with the new Generate Background feature in Photoshop. First, we'll remove the background. Then click.
You know what's good for you, Tate. You'll stay out of Metrocity.
You got it.
Wait a minute. There's only one person I know who calls this town Metrocity.
Do you honestly think you're fucking funny? Bitch! You're a fucking ugly little cunt.
The invisible cock. Hey, remember that night that I dumped you? Do you really think that I would ever be with you?
This is the last time you make a fool out of me!
You ain't you fool!
You're so
Oh, you fucking kidding me!
Man, if I live, I will.
Hey, Ron. Hey, Billy.
But I'm not done yet!
What can I say? Die hard.
Say bye-bye, Roxy.
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
Get fucked.
Or me.